So, welcome once again to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, where we are about to see the start of Game 4 in the SPLT20, the KFC SPLT20 for 2023. This game pits the Monrepo Pioneers versus the Laborie Pride. So, Monrepo looking to go 2 up after they have gotten past, after they did get past the Swazel Craft Masters. In fact, Swazel in the previous game getting over Sufred. So the action is about to begin with the Laborie side in the field. They have won the toss. They have chosen to field. So Monrepo Pioneer has been inserted here. Monrepo presenting an unchanged 11 from the side which beat the Swazel Craft Masters yesterday, last evening, as we got off the SPLT20. So we're gonna get the first delivery now as a delivery that's outside the off stump to Sabinus Emmanuel, and he allows it to go into the gloves of the keeper. So Jamal James joins me. An opportunity here. Jamal, first knock for the Laborie team, but Monrepo, having gotten past Swazel last night, an opportunity for them to be back in action once again. Good night to you. Theodore to Emmanuel, wide delivery and let go. Umpire Mathrin saying wide, so Monrepo will open the account this wide as Theodore will be faced with the challenge of controlling whatever movement that is in the air, both there in the air and off the pitch. Delivery that's again too wide and not able to be held by the keeper. The return having to be fired to the non-striker's end, well, at the striker's stump, ending up at the mid-on region, but another wide. And so the control of Theodore there, Jamal, not the best. So Christian Shaw faces now to this delivery. He's back and he's struck on the pad. Big appeal, but that's clearly pitching the outside leg because the right-hander is coming around the wicket. So umpire Mathrin walks away. Let's give you an indication of the Laborie side. Denley Anthony, Donan Edward, Owen Emma Edward, Canis Richardson, Theo Edward, Stephen Abraham, Aline Prosper, Trian Theodore, who's starting, Ulrich George, Daisy Santage, and Tristan Nobar. So that's the delivery that is down the leg side and clipped away fine, away from the man at long leg and into the boundary. In fact, it's wide being signaled by the umpire, so no bat on that. Again, Theodore having real problems in getting those deliveries online, not able to control the new ball. 5 without loss, 6 correction, 6 without loss in the first over. Theodore moving in, bowls to Shalry. Shalry gets one that is down the leg side, and umpire Mathrin looking at it again and saying, well, I've got to penalize you again because it's still wide of leg stump and another wide. I make it, what, 3, 4 wide so far from Tyron Theodore and having real problems as he moves in the left-hander. Bowls to Emmanuel. Emmanuel, in fact, it's Shalry who is struck on the pad, but it is well down the leg side. The left-hander having real problems controlling, but this one was on target in terms of Not being a wide, it wasn't really on the stump, but at least we didn't have the umpire spreading their arms to signal wide. 9 without loss. As Theodore moving in, balls to Challery. Challery is struck on the pad. Again, it's outside leg stump. And so no response from the umpire. Big appeal from the Laborie team, but of course, not really a credible shout, you'd have to say, as Sabinas Emmanuel comes down to have a chat with Challery. So Theodore operating with a full length, giving the ball an opportunity to swing. He's got a solitary slip, and he moves in now, balls to Challery. Challery nicely clipped away out towards the side, and will get a boundary. Credit there to Challery because he took a couple steps out of his ground and was able to meet the delivery in a place and at a time that was really ideal for him. And in the end, he clipped it away nicely. And importantly, he found a gap on the onside and nicely put away there. Good creative play there by Christian Challery. He gets off the mark, and it's 13 without loss. Theodore moving in, balls to Challery. Challery again using his feet, but not able to get bat on ball, and the over comes to an end. An elongated over, 13 without loss. Start for Repos, but a very eventful over, a number of wides and shouts of LW. And I think, Jamal, you are of the view that it was a pretty close call.
Yes, that shot was definitely a bit closer than what we thought. Just looking at this one here on replay, it was quite full, and the head of Shari just falling over to the offside here, playing all around this one. And I felt that this one would have been hitting the leg stump, but the umpire did not agree with me, and thankfully I'm just here to just talk about it.
No, you're a lot more important than that, Jamal. You're here to provide analysis and elucidation. It's just that you don't make the decision.
But Christian Shari should be commended because he refused to be a sitting duck for the swing and the movement of the ball, taking some steps out of his crease to get that movement and keeping his head still on that occasion and getting that gap on the offside. And we see the introduction of spin here immediately to open the bowling, and that is the spin of Aline Prosper.
Yes, Aline Prosper. We'll have to say he's a veteran at this level, and so he's coming in with all of his experience. So Laborie operating with the pace and swing of Theodore, and complementing that with the off spin of Aline Prosper, who's going to operate from the far end. As he comes in now, goes to Emmanuel, who's back, and plays back to the bowler. So Emmanuel went great guns yesterday against the Craft Masters, as he comes in now down the leg side and looking to turn it. Doesn't make contact, and the umpire signaling wide. So Emmanuel getting to 69 yesterday as the Craft Masters went down to the Repos Pioneers. This time he plays into the onside, and there is no run. 43 was the target posed to the Repos side. They got there through the heroics of Emmanuel, who turns it onto the onside to get off the mark, as he takes his team's total to 15 without loss. This is the second over, and the right-handed Christian Challery will come into the strike. The Challery, the Repos captain, and Challery getting 25 last evening, as Monrepo chased down that target of 143. They got to 145 for 2. So Monrepo Pioneers looking to achieve another victory here tonight against their opponents from Laborie. Prosper to Shalry back, looking to cut, finds the backward point. And there's no run. Well, there is a run now as some sloppy fielding. Well, the umpire is saying no dead ball. So the two batters looking to take advantage of what they thought was an opportunity to run, but the ball had come into the keeper. So indeed dead ball. So umpire cancelling the attempt to take a run. The score remaining 15 without loss. Prosper moves in both to Chalry. Chalry is getting a delivery that is played into the offside and will get a quick single as Emmanuel responds well. So one more to the Monrepo Pioneers captain. He goes to 6-5, and in fact, and it's 16 without loss. This is over number 2. Prosper goes round the wicket to the left under Emmanuel. This delivery is full toss and hit over the top of long off. One bounce over the top of mid-off correction. One bounce into the long off boundary for 4. So a full delivery and put away nicely and powerfully by Emmanuel, taking his team's total to 20 without loss after 2. He goes to 5.
Yes, and Emmanuel continuing his good form, which he's been showing really for the better part of the year, and proving to be a thorn in the sides of many opposition attacks. Prosper just trying to swing that one, just releasing it on the seam, but unable to pitch it, possibly due or maybe the lack of a new ball. We know that sometimes it's difficult for the spinners quite early on to give the new ball, and just presenting an easy scoring opportunity here for Sabina Emmanuel.
So Theodore will continue as he's going to move in now. Goes to Shalry. Shalry is struck on the pad as he is looking to drive another full delivery. And, well, not quite on the pad. Umpire not signaling. So a bit of bat on that. So one more to Shalry. He goes to 6. It's 21. 21 without loss. This is over number 3. We are in the power plays. The power play, so just the two fielders out of the circle. Theodore bows to Emmanuel, driving airborne down to third man, and luckily the fielder is able to recover just as he was about to make the fielding, lost his footing, but luckily he was able to stretch out the right arm to prevent the ball from going into the boundary. So one more to Emmanuel. He goes to 6. It's 22 without loss. Christian Shalry comes in to strike. Deep mid-wicket and long leg. The two fielders out. So we've got short third man, point, extra cover, mid-on. Theodore coming in, balls to Emmanuel. Shalry, in fact, who's driving out towards mid-on. And a bit of a misfield. Just a one taken. So one more to Shalry. Goes to 7, 23 without loss. Sabinas Emmanuel, the left-hander, comes into strike. And for him, the solitary slip is posted. And Theodore moving in, balls to is driving up towards the onside. Quick single as the ball goes in the straightish mid-wicket region. So nice to see Emmanuel and Shalry really turning the scoring around, and good running between the wickets.
Yes, but I still feel that Theodore, as long as he can get this ball on target to Shalry, that he can prize him out. His head is falling over to the offside all the time.
Theodore moving in balls to Shalry. Shalry pulls out towards mid-wicket. The fielder is posted and goes right through him. Some poor work on the boundary there as the fielder seemed to have had it covered and going right through him, and a boundary to Shalry, he goes to 11 and the total 28 without loss.
This time here, Theodore shortening the length, not opting for the swinger, but if you know Christian Shabry well, this is his bread and butter shot.
Theodore moving in, goes to Shalry. Shalry is driving out towards mid-off. Quick single taken. And the fielder coming in, not even bothering to release. It's Nobal who's making that fielding at the end of the over. So one more to complete, one run, correction, complete the third over. So at the end of it, it's 29 without loss, 12 to Christian Shalry and 7 to Sabinas Emmanuel.
Yes, and the youngster there, young Theo Edward, this one was hit pretty rapidly to him and unable to make that save, presenting that boundary to Shalry and the Monrepo team. The captain here opting to continue with the experience of Prosper.
Prosper, the off spinner, will come in now to Shalry. Shalry on 12. Solitary slipping position. Prosper bowls to Shalry. Shalry's back, wants to single, but it's not on. Emmanuel is not interested. Sending him back. And maybe saying Gasa Dedo run as he goes back. Dot ball by Prosper to start the fourth. Over the wicket. He's coming in, but not quite ready. Perhaps Christian Shalry not ready, or there's movement behind the bowler's arm. That person walking away now, so it's all clear. Prosper will come in once again. Bowls to Shalry. Shalry to this delivery is driving and beaten outside the off stump. Ball going to the keeper. So 2 dot balls to start here over number 4. Prosper the off spinner moves in, bowls to Shalry. Shalry is again scoreless as that delivery is into the pad, and Prosper with a good series of deliveries there, building some pressure on Shalry. 3 dot balls as he moves in once again. Prosper to Shalry. Shalry back, looking to pull, does so out towards square leg and into the boundary for 4. Ahead of the man coming from the mid-wicket region. So good adjustment there by Shalry. He was quickly back and into his stumps, making room, and he had the length and was able to make good contact. And he's a big, strong man and hit that through square leg for 4. So another boundary to him. He goes into double figures and takes Monrepo Pioneers to 33 without loss.
A very powerful shot there from Christian Shalry. Just the length of this one, quickly just rocking back and finding the fence.
Prosper to Shalry. Shalry is driving, full of delivery on about leg stump. It goes to the mid-off fielder. Playing it inside out is Shalry to get another run. Number 17 for him. Half of the Monrepo overall total, as Sabinas Emmanuel will come in to strike. So this is the 4th over. And it's going to be the left-handed Emmanuel. Prosper changing now to round the wicket, moving in, bowls to Emmanuel. Emmanuel is lofting that out towards long on, all the way, 6 runs. Maximum by Sabinas Emmanuel, so he's back into 6 hitting ways as a pitched up delivery has been lofted over the outfield, way over long on for 6 to complete the 4th over. He goes with that strike to 13. And at the end of 4, Monrepo, they have rushed to 40 without loss.
Yes, and if you're watching again here, this is exactly what not to do. And he just provided the opportunity for what we call the step swing, where the batsman doesn't have to really dance down the track. The ball is just presented in his arc, and all he had to do was just give a powerful free flow of the bat. And Sabinas Emmanuel, a short batsman there, but he packs a big punch. and this one here went all the way for 6. So some pressure here on the Laborie team. After 4 overs, the score has moved on to 40.
Indeed. So Theodore has been spelled, so his 2 overs has been interrupted. So a new bowler been introduced. Fielder number 25, Ulrich George. Ulrich George is going to move in. This delivery down the leg side to start off with, and wide will be called by the umpire. So one more to the total, 41. 41 without loss. As we see the start of the 5th over. So Prosper completing his 2nd over. In the previous one, 2 overs, no maidens, not for 18. And the Laborie Pride going to the seam of George. So Ulrich George to move in once again, this time to Shalry. Shalry is driving airborne out towards extra cover. A long run for the fielder. He might just pull it back. Yes, it does. Tapping it away from the boundary. They've taken 2. And he doesn't pick up in the attempt to relay to the keeper. So they have the chance to get a 3rd as his return comes on the bounce over the head of the keeper. But in the end, it's backed up. So 3 to Shalry. He goes to 20. And it's 44 without loss. Manuel and Shalry again with a good start. Jamal.
Yes, we would have mentioned that this Monterey team is a well-oiled unit, and these 2 openers, important cogs in the wheel, and they would have basically what many would describe as the best in partnership on going around. They've been doing this for I think, at least 6 years now for the Monterey team. They understand each other's game pretty well.
Strike now. George moves in, bows to him. Delivery that's lofted out towards the offside. Does it have the legs to go all the way? Yes, it does. In fact, not so much the legs, but the wings to go over the boundary. Another maximum by Sabinas Emmanuel. Delivery that was outside the off stump. And the left-hander lofting that over the inner ring and all the way over the boundary for 6 to bring up the 50. Inside the 5th over, Emmanuel going to 19 with that maximum.
We would have mentioned earlier, Claudius, that this is exactly what not to do. You don't want to be coming too close to Sabinas Emmanuel. He's a powerful man, and these balls really are in the slot, and we call them hit balls.
George moving in, and well, not quite moving in, not happy with the approach, and will stop and go back. So Sabinas Emmanuel has now almost caught up with Christian Shalry. Shalry on 20, 19 to Emmanuel. The left-hander waits as George moves in, bowls to Emmanuel. Emmanuel is clipping it out towards backward square leg for a single. The fielder inside the circle coming in to field on the edge thereof. So one more to Emmanuel. He goes to 20 and the total 51. 51 without loss as these 2 are laying a platform for what looks to be a big score here, because from what we saw certainly last night from Emmanuel, is in good form. Christian Shalry, no nonsense play as well. And the left-hand, right-hand combination proving a challenge to bowlers. George moving in, bowls to Shalry. Shalry is driving airborne into the offside. It swung away, but it's also swinging towards the boundary. But it will be picked up just inside. And Shalry will come back for 2. So, couple that takes him to 22, 53 without loss. And so although there's still swing, the ball is swinging from the bat as well.
Yes, these openers, as we mentioned, they certainly have the pedigree. They would have seen swing bowling and would have made those adjustments.
George,
and quite skilled at what they do.
George moving in, bowls to Shalry. Shalry is getting a delivery that is full but wide, gets bat onto it, but it goes into the point region. And it's nicely knocked down and picked up there by the fielder. So No run on this occasion, but this is a solid start by the Monrepo pair of Emmanuel and Charlie, 53. And this combination again producing for Monrepo. So this pair of cousins, delivery that is pitched up and played defensively for once by Charlie to complete the over. So we have had 5. Monrepo taking first knock here. They have 53 without loss. 20 to Sabinus Emmanuel, 22 to Christian Charlie. More from Jamal James, and then it's going to be Cliver's Juice.
Another impressive start here by these Monrepo openers. The Laborie team unable to prize out a wicket, and we saw more of the same in the previous encounter last night, where these openers batted deep into the innings, laying a proper foundation, and the rest of the batters coming in to just secure the game. Sabinus Udway Emmanuel really carrying his bat last night and had a watchful start thus far, but has capitalized on some loose bowling. Welcome.
Thank you, Jamal. Of course, the action is here, and this is really what represents one of the better power play starts within a power play in this edition of the KFC SPLT20 tournament for 2023. And we're watching the Monrepo Pioneers. This is the second this year's tournament, taking on Laborie Pride, their very first game. And Laborie Pride, we will be seeing another bowling change.
It looks to be Canis Richardson.
Looks like Canis Richardson, the young man who has played before for the Craft Masters. Canis Richardson is going to take up the attack for the Pride from the players pavilion end. It's Richardson, right arm over the wicket to Sabinus Emmanuel, and Sabinus Emmanuel is just tucking this one into the onside. The bowler will field in his follow through. So a good start from Canis Richardson. Nevertheless, we're still inside the power play, and you have your 2 fielders out. It's a long off, and of course the sweeper on the cover boundary is out as well. We have a short third. We have a backward point, cover, extra cover, as the Canis Richardson comes into Emmanuel, who is driving. It's in the air, and it's taken, beaten for a lack of pace. Good change of delivery from Canis Richardson, and Sabinus Emmanuel can't find the timing in the air and caught. He just held out at mid-on, and the first one goes down for the Monrepo Pioneers.
Canis Richardson doing something that no bowler was able to do last night, and that is prize out the key wicket of Sabinus Emmanuel. The field was up on the leg side, and Emmanuel, fancying his chances, wanted to clear the field at mid-on, but only presenting a simple opportunity. As we look at the replay, I think he just split his fingers on the ball. It may have been an off-pace delivery, so Emmanuel would have played a bit too early and lost his wicket.
Certainly, Richardson, definitely a change of pace, and Emmanuel was in the short, through the short too early, and a good catch taken here by the number 20, and as well pouched. It was dying on him. He had to come forward, and he did so excellently and took that catch. So with the departure of Sabinus Emmanuel, he makes way for Cody Lesmore, a youngster who has grown in recent times. Lesmore in leaps and bounds, Cody Lesmore. So he comes in to replace Sabinus Emmanuel.
Yeah, so one left-hander replaces another. A good job here by Canis Richardson, pricing on that wicket. A good display of skill, split his fingers on the ball, and then a much slower release. Emmanuel is gone. Very interesting what happens next.
53 for 1. Canis Richardson, he moves into Lesmore, and Lesmore is forward in defense out towards meet off, and they come through for the single. And you get a feeling that on this occasion, Christian Shalry was not backing up properly, and all's well that ends well. They come through for the single. Cody Lesmore, he's off the mark immediately. And Cody Lesmore is not known for his big hitting prowess, but he's a very, very good player, very organized young player is Cody Lesmore. And he's improved, if you ask me, one of the most improved batsmen in Monripo in recent times is Cody Lesmore. And of course, Richardson has all the tricks up his sleeves, and he was able to dislodge Sabinas Emmanuel with an off-pace delivery. Richardson will move in, this time to the captain, Christian Shalry, who's on 22. Christian Shalry pulls him forcefully out towards mid-wicket. The fielder comes off the boundary, and of course, he fires this one in. And there's everything going down here. And of course, a couple of runs in here.
As we just look at this replay.
Looking at the replay.
I felt it was quite dangerous taking on the arm of Don and Edward, one of the better fielders in St. Lucia, actually.
And they just following the replay, they see what went down.
Oh no!
Never collected the ball.
So Stephen Abraham here.
Stephen Abraham, cardinal error on his part. He would have been challenging for the wicket, but he totally made a meal of it. And two more to Shalry. Shalry again cutting well, backward point into the boundary. That is an exquisite shot from Christian Shalry, and it got the whiff on this occasion, Jamal, and he's cutting through the gap. Excellently done from Christian Shalry.
It's another one of those bread and butter shots here for an opening batsman. Short and wide, really posing no danger here. And again, bisecting that gap here. An exquisite shot here by Shalry after escaping, really.
Basically, after a let off, he is playing well. Canis comes in, and comes in, and Canis Richardson, you can't see me. He's bowled him with a Yorker line delivery. Canis Richardson dislodged the bails and really impacting the woodwork. Good bowling from Canis Richardson.
A good assessment here of the technique of Shalry, because from the first over when Tyron was bowling to him, that head was falling over to the offside whenever the ball was pitched up to him. So this time here, Richardson going right up to him in the block hole here. And let's just take a look at that replay and see exactly what happened. You see it here again, Clive, that head falling over the offside here, that ball sneaking in through the gap left between a bat and pad. He played all around this one here, played the wrong line, and loses his wicket.
And after a good start, Richardson has removed both openers in the very over, and now we're seeing the introduction of the number 22, Keon Gaston. And Keon Gaston, he batted very well with Sabinas Emmanuel in the game last evening. Batted very well to bring the team home. But Canis Richardson, he's bowled a splendid over. Richardson, he's taken 2 for 7 in his over, dislodging both the opening batsmen for the Monripo Pioneers.
Yes, and it's the second time for the night where we have seen a bowler coming on and picking up 2 wickets in the over. And with that, we see a change in the bowling and the experience Don and Edward, former national player, Windward Islands player as well. Originally from Laborie, he is a wrist spinner. Interesting.
Interesting indeed, Don and Edward. And he's been around the circuit for a long time. And of course, he gets the opportunity to show up for the Laborie Pride in this KFC SPLT20 2023 edition. And he will be bowling to Cody Lesmore. And a good change by the captain to introduce Donan to Lesmore, and Lesmore is looking to play this one into the offside and not making any contact. It goes through to wicketkeeper Stephen Abraham. Good start from Cody, from Donan Edward to Cody Lesmore. Shot and played into the offside. You think of a run. The Gaston has gone down the track now, and it's a comedy of errors, really. Gaston had to dive back in, and umpire Maffrey has his hand out, his arm outstretched to indicate that Donan has bowled a no ball, and Cody Lesmore gets the opportunity to get a free hit. And I'm sure he will be looking to throw everything at this one, Cody Lesmore. Shot and whacked out towards mid-off, and he can only get a single for his effort on this occasion. Probably looking to hit it too hard was Cody Lesmore. Nonetheless, a single to take the score to 62 for 2. 62 for 2, and bring Keon Gaston into strike. Keon Gaston, his first time facing in this innings Donald Edward, having bowled 2 legal deliveries, has given up 2 runs so far, 1 wide, 1 no ball, and of course a single. He will be bowling to the right-handed Gaston. Gaston batted very well yesterday evening with Sabinas Emmanuel Gaston, and plays this one into the onside. Acres of space there, and they come through for the single. A lot of real estate in the onside field, Jamal, and Gaston doing the right thing just to consolidate and play this ball into the area and taking the single.
We would have seen last night that Gaston he's a level-headed batter, and he knows that Donnan Elwood would represent the biggest threat from the opposition. So just opting to get the single and observe from the non-striker's end.
A good ploy. It brings Cody Lesmore, very organized player, and he's rocking onto the back foot, playing this one through point. They come through for 1. They think of the second. It is not on, and they will remain on 1. Lesmore moves on to 3. With that single, the score moves on to 64 for 2. However, in the over number 7, 6.4 overs done and dusted, and it's still Edward to bowl to a Gaston who's on 1. And Gaston is just stroking this one into the offside. A short cover comes around and does the fielding. A dot ball to Edward and the Laborie Pride. It's a period of consolidation is required for the Monrepo Pioneers after a good start, and Gaston is turning this one into the onside again, very nicely done, and he comes through for the single, and the over comes to an end. It's a good over from Donald Edward, and of course he has bowled well since he's come on in this innings. Donald, we know his experience as well, Jamal, and the Laborie Pride having some good support in the stands as well.
Yes, very interesting to see how Donnan Edward will go tonight, because his performance, I think, would have a tremendous say as to the fortunes of the Laborie Pride. He is certainly the strike force within the team. But Kyness Richardson, after picking up 2 wickets in the previous over, would have other ideas.
Definitely so, Kyness Richardson. And he will be bowling the 8th over, 65 for 2. Richardson now will be bowling to Gaston. And of course, Richardson would want to continue in his good ways. He's taken 2 wickets in his first over, looking to do more damage to this very strong Monrepo batting lineup. The likes of Craig Emmanuel yet to come. So very, very strong batting lineup for the Pioneers. And they'll want to set a nice target for the Pride to chase. And it's Gaston looking to run this one through point. Can't get past the point fielder. And it's a dot ball. So Canis Richardson is continuing from where he left off in his first over. The score remains on 65 for 2. We have 7.1 overs bowled. Gaston is on 2 from 4 and Lesmo is on 3 from 5. Again, this time he beats the man. Just run this one down to third man. The guy at backward point makes no effort to come around. Just run this one to third man, and he gets a single gas. So the score moves on by 1 to 66. 66. And Canis Richardson, Jamal, he is bowling a heavy length. He's mixing his pace up very nicely as well. Not looking to be expressed, just put it in the right areas and asking the batsman to do what they can.
Yes, from his days at the under 19 level, having represented our country, he was known for bowling what is called a heavy ball. If you look at his action here, he relies a lot on his shoulders to generate that pace.
Definitely so. And Richardson, this time he'll be bowling to a Lesmo. And Lesmo is getting one on the pads. There is an appeal, but it was aborted, as this one might have pitched well outside leg stump. As Richardson, again, he is bang on target. Is Canis Richardson, and really and truly the pride after a sensational start from the Pioneers. The Laborie Pride, they're really pulling things back. And Laborie Pride is, of course, sponsored by the Laborie Credit Union. The team is owned by the Laborie Credit Union. Richardson again, and is driven easy. And let's see what signal the umpire gives this one. There's no signal from the umpire, so there was a bit of bat on this one, and it's a single to Lesmo. But certainly, Canis Richardson was interested. He thought this one, and he bat first. But the umpire judged it to be bat first. Richardson is really bowling a good over, following up his first over.
Yes, he's looking pretty impressive and he's looking threatening as well.
Canis Richardson this time to Gaston, and Gaston plays this one over his head. Richardson not so tall, but he makes the attempt, got a hand to it as he makes a half stop, and not before Gaston completes a single to take the score to 68 for 2. And Richardson again is bang on the money. Is Canis Richardson. He's not giving them any room to free their hand. Neither is he well staying away from the half of the batsman, and is making it very difficult for them to score. Richardson now to Lesmo, the left-hander. Lesmo is looking for the big expansive drive outside of, and he's beaten through to a wicketkeeper Abraham, and the over comes to an end. Another very good over from Canis Richardson. Canis Richardson has really pulled things back nicely for his team, Jamal.
Yes, Canis Richardson conducting his spell in a miserly fashion, and he has shown good penetration, picking up for just 10 runs. Now, Clivers, the talk around the cricketing circles is that as long as you can dislodge the Monrepo openers, then you are in with a bigger chance. So a chance here for Monrepo to show us what they can do without the openers being present.
Certainly, because of the form of these two players, one would think that there is merit in the conversation. But it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for the other batsmen to show up. And this evening, Keon Gaston and Cody Lesmo has that opportunity. They really want to come to the party as Edward comes in to bowl to Gaston, and Gaston is heaving this one out towards mid-wicket. They come for one. They think of the second. The second is on. The throw comes in, but they complete the second run. So 2 to Keon Gaston, and Gaston has shown that he's a very level-headed player, Jamal, and on this occasion, he's just taking this one to mid-wicket and helping himself to 2. Not looking to overhit it on this occasion at all.
I think that Edward would be happy that Gaston is trying to swing him across the line of the ball.
Certainly he will be. Should be interested this time. Gaston is pushing forward and beaten through to a wicketkeeper Abraham, not making any contact done, and Edward is just beginning to get into his work. 1.2 overs, none for 7. Very tight in terms of economy rate of only 5.25 is Edward. And Gaston is given some whip outside of play. This one through point out towards Theo Edward, who is coming off the point boundary, not before they come through for a single. It's amazing though, Jamal, how many Edwards are featuring on the Laborie Pride team. You have Theo Edward, Donald Edward, Owen Edward. It's almost the same number of Edwards in this team as we have Emmanuels on the Monrepo team. And at one point, Prospers on the Castries team. But Donald Edward is this time bowling to the left-handed Cody, and Cody is driving back past, but the ball out towards long off. Richardson comes off the boundary, and he does make a Bank of St. Lucia super save as he comes off the boundary and fires this one in, not before the single is taken to move the score on to 72 for 2, 8.4 overs gone.
Yes, and Donald Edward continues to be impressive, showing good control over his length.
And no ball because that rag fell off his pants when he was delivering the ball, and no ball being called there might have been considered a disturbance. Donald Edward being called for a no ball. And 73 coming up with that cardinal scene. Really, his pants laces might not have been as tight as he would have liked. And Donald, and the crowd has picked up really nicely. Jamal, we coming to maybe up to 100, over 100 patrons in the stands here at this point in time, as Edward moves into bowl. A free hit delivery to Gaston. Gaston inside out towards Theo Edward, who comes off the cover boundary, and not before they come through for 2 runs, 2 more to the total. 2 more to the total.
Yes, and I think that Theo Edward could have been a little bit more aggressive in his attempt at saving that 2. He could have even gone in for the catch.
Well, it was a free hit delivery, that is the delivery after the no ball. But had he moved a little quicker to that delivery, he might have saved the second run. And every run saved is good for the team. I think they're calling for a change of ball. That ball has taken a bit of a hammering. Not in recent times. Sabinas and Christian did give it some, but there must be some issue with the ball as they have called for a change of ball.
Yes, and it speaks to the level of control that Donald Edward has played. That even though the ball has been wet, and traditionally, once the ball is wet for the spinners, they tend to leak a lot of runs. But Donald Edward continues to operate in miserly fashion.
Certainly so, and whilst we're having a technical break, we can say thank you to our sponsors for coming on board to make this KFC SPLT20 2023 a success. The KFC SPLT20 is powered by the National Lotteries Authority. Our sponsors, KFC, main sponsor, National Lotteries Authority, Bank of St. Lucia, Nagico Insurance, Computer and Business Services, Blue Waters, Flow, and we have been having a good supply of Blue Waters, Flow, Scott Sport Shop, Creek Clubs. Of course, these are our sponsors, presenting sponsors. And just to go through the club owners, the Choiseul Credit Union, owner of the Choiseul Craft Masters, the Monrepo Credit Union, owner of the Monrepo Pioneers, Avatar Healthcare, owner of Miku Eagles, South Castries Cricket Association, owner of South Castries Lions, and I think the Sale, owner of the Grozile Knights, Laborie Credit Union, owner of the Laborie Pride. As we have, the ball has been changed. Achilles Holdings, owner of the City Blasters. Jamal, sorry, I missed that one, City Blasters. And of course, the Supre Foundation, owner of the Stumpers. And driven down the ground is, and you think of the second, and there it is on a little bit slow, hesitant in the decision, but the run was on as Canis Richardson was very, very slow to that ball. And of course, the second run was taken. The over comes to an end, 77 for 2. 77 for 2 after 9 overs. And Canis Richardson, only batsman, only bowler to have taken any wickets. But of course, Donald Edward, he's bowled miserly 2 overs.
Yes, and as exceptionally as Richardson has bowled, if we're being honest, we must say that this was a casual fielding effort from him there. He never really anticipated that the batsman would have gone through for 2, so was just jogging as he fielded that ball. But Keon Gasto and Cody alive to the opportunity for a second. But Richardson again with a ball in hand, looking to continue the good work for the Laborie Pride.
Sydney, since the captain threw that ball to Canis Richardson, things have turned. Now the current scoring rate is 8.56, and that was well over 10 when the Christian Shalry and Sabinas Emmanuel were at the wicket. It is Richardson, 2 overs, 2 for 10 to bowl to Lesmore, and Lesmore is driving through the covers. This one is going to go all the way to Theo Edward, who runs around very nicely and takes the catch. Is Theo, or not take the catch, but does the fielding and sends the return in, and not before the run is completed.
Yes, you would have mentioned that young Cody would not really fit into the mold of a power hitter, and Richardson just forcing him to play this one wide outside the line of the off stump here, where he could have only mustered the single.
Yes, and a good fielding effort on this occasion from young Theo Edward. He covered some distance, picked it up and fired it in as Richardson comes in to bowl this time to Gaston. And Gaston is whipping this one off his pad, but straight to the mid-wicket fielder, and there's no run. A good timing on that one from Gaston. Had it been a foot or 2 away from the fielder, he might have been challenging the boundary.
Yes, a bad line delivery on this occasion from the bowler Canis Richardson, and Gaster would have felt aggrieved that he didn't do much more with that opportunity.
Sydney, so as Richardson comes to Gaston, and Gaston is driving through the covers. The diving point fielder can't stop it. They come through for 1. The second one is on, and it's taken very comfortably in the end. And good running between the wicket. Keon Gaston keeps his partners, whoever they may be, very, very busy once he is at the wicket. Keon Gaston, and on this occasion, pushing Cody Lesmore. He's moved on to 13 from 14. Gaston Lesmore is on 6 from 10.
Signs of good batsmanship from Gaston, looking to eke out every possible run.
He's shown his class last evening, and he is here this evening in partnership with Lesmore. Gaston is driving out towards long off. The fielder comes off the long off boundary, and he will cut it off well inside. He comes through for yet another single. Gaston moves on to 14. The score moves on to 81 for 2. We're in over 9.4, over number 10. The Monrepo Pioneers, the good start that they got from their openers, Jamal, has really allowed them to consolidate nicely. Once the 2 wickets fell, the 2 new batsmen coming in, they just turned over strike and no pressure, and they're still going at 8.3 and over. So no pressure on them as Richardson is looking to close out his overs, and Gaston is, it's Lesmore on this occasion, driving into the onside. It comes off the inner portion of the bat, and no run resulting here. It's Canis Richardson looking to complete his 3rd over. He's bowled really well tonight. Canis Richardson, an economy rate of only 4.94 so far. He's taken 2 wickets for 14 in his 2.5 overs, and he turns around and runs in to bowl to Lesmore, who's on 6 from 11. Lesmore and is driving. This one comes off the pad. They run through. Let's see what the umpire will signal. He does signal a leg by, so it's another leg by, another extra, and the score moves on by 1 to 83, is it? As the over comes to a close. Over number 10, Jamal. We will take some comments from you I think that we are going to have the strategic timeout being taken now. And so we will get a little bit of a break, and then, of course, we will resume with the second half of this innings. Jamal, comment, and then we go to break.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
This is your giant step. This is your game plan. This is your dream. This is your stability. And this is your backup. With 2 locations which provide quality service from people you know and trust, this is your biggest fan. And this is your approval to a better life. Schweizer Cooperative Credit Union. Contact us today for loans, savings plans, insurance, FIP, and the convenience of ATM, mobile, and online banking. At Schweizer Cooperative Credit Union, we make lives better. Call us today at 459-3119 or 459-3100.
Why pay full price for your mobile when you can pay half? Just bundle your home internet and mobile services with Flow and save 50% on your mobile bill. That's money in your pockets every month. Plus now you get free YouTube and WhatsApp data. And you can share your plan with up to 3 other numbers. Upgrade now and get a free smartphone. Switch and keep your number. Learn more at discoverflow.co.
At Great Vision Designs, we value our customers and provide cutting-edge customer service. Great Vision Designs specializes in television broadcasting and live streaming of funerals, sports events, weddings, meetings, shows, and more. Call us today at 722-6542 or 726-9914. Or follow us on Facebook and YouTube. Great Vision Designs, coverage you can count on.
So we are back with the innings. So we are at the midway point, 82 for 2, Monrepo Pioneers. And they've got a platform now to really push on for a sizable total. Of course, that depends on what they are offered by the Laborie Pride. So Donan Edward will continue, and he's going to be bowling to the left-hander who's just trying to whip that on the onside and not making contact. So Lesmore, the left-hander, waits as the leg spin of Edward moving in, bowls to Lesmore. Lesmore is back and looking to pull, and lucky for him, the googly spinning away from him, and extremely lucky there, Greg Wilson. As you come back, good evening to you. We'll get your comments on this, but close call there for Lesmore.
Yes, good evening, Claudius, and also to the viewers. Yes, certainly he was playing for the leg, he got the googly, he spun the other way.
Edward moving in, bowls to Lesmore, who's pulling out towards mid-wicket and into the boundary for 4. Found a gap nicely between long on and deep mid-wicket, a short delivery, and Lesmore was quickly onto it and getting himself into double figures. So he goes to 10. It is 86 for 2 in the 11th over.
Yeah, short delivery on this occasion there by Edward, and Lesmore hitting with the spin and perfectly bisected the 2 fielders and got himself 4 valuable runs.
Edward moving in, bowls to Lesmore. Lesmore is back. It's into the offside now. The sweeper comes off of the point boundary as Gaston wants the second. It's not on as Lesmore is happy with the single. So 1 to the total goes to 87 for 2. This is over number 11. Monrepo having been sent in by the Laborie side, Laborie pride, and they have made good progress. The right into strike. Donan Edward using the rag just to temper the dew that has developed on the surface. Important for the spinner to have a good grip. Delivery that's driven in the air but away from the extra cover, and a good sliding save by the man at mid-off. They're coming back for the second hesitation, but the return is short. Donan Edward had come for it on the edge of the square and really was in no position to take it. And so although there was that hesitation by the batsman, no real credible opportunity for a run out, you would say. And in the end, they settled for the single. So 89 for 2. The right-handed Gaston on strike. Edward moving in, balls to Gaston. Gaston is back and bowled, it looks like, as he was looking to go back. The googly coming back and hitting the off stump. So an important blow struck here by Donan Edward, with Gaston being bowled. And in the 11th over, it's 89 for 3.
Yes, as we always say, Claudius, something usually happens after the break, and we're into the 11th over after the break, and immediately Donan Edward, in his final delivery in the over, getting the important wicket of Keon Gaston, who played a good hand, but looking for the ball to spin away, and it was the googly. This one came back and struck the off stump. So good bowling there by Donan Edward. Certainly he's been mixing it up to both of the batsmen.
Yes, so the scalp of Gaston, and the total now 89 for 3. So this partnership would have taken the score from 60 for 2 when we had the loss of Christian Charlery. So 29 runs between the two players, but now success for Laborie with the dismissal of Gaston. Craig Emmanuel is the new batter, and with all of his experience, Emmanuel, a lot would be resting on his shoulders, and he would have to put his head down together with Lesmore and the rest of the batting to see how many Monrepo can get, the Monrepo Pioneers can get from here on in.
Yes, certainly last night, one would say it was really a walk in the park for the Monrepo team, and this evening they have lost some free wickets inside the 11th over. So a good opportunity for the middle to lower order to possibly get a knock. And as you did indicate, Craig Emmanuel, with the wealth of experience, certainly he would want to contribute towards the cause of Monrepo this evening.
Indeed. Well, he didn't get an opportunity to bat last evening, but he's very much there as Theo Edwards starts from the southern end over number 12, bowls to Lesmore, and Lesmore plays quietly into the onside, and there is no run. Edward moving in, bowls to Lesmore. Lesmore with a big attempt to sweep, not making contact as the ball coming off the pad. and umpire Donovan indicating just that. So one more to the total. Goes to 90 for 3. This is the 12th over. Craig Emmanuel comes to face as Theo Edward will continue. So, as Clivus was saying, we had Donan Edward the previous over. Now we've got Theo Edward. He mentioned the number of surnames.
I think
Owen Edward as well. Owen Edward, certainly. And of course, on the Monrepo side, Craig Emmanuel, Sabinus Emmanuel. Delivery from Edward that's clipped away by Emmanuel to get off the mark through square leg. So one more to him, one more to the total, I should say. That's his first, as the total goes to 91 for 3, as the left-handed
Lesmore there
will come into strike. Yes, 3 Lesmores. There was a time that in the Monrepo area, particularly Poile,
the Peters,
we had Peter. We had about, it was not unusual to have 9, 10 Peters in one team. Delivery that is looking to drive. Emmanuel is halfway down. Mix up here. And the return is not a good one at all. So there was the player, Gaston, Lesmore, correction, looking to swing onto the onside and the ball going into the backward point region. Emmanuel was halfway down, and unaware of all of this was Lesmore. And in the end, as Emmanuel came, Lesmore was in trouble at the non-striker's end, but the return was just not good enough. Delivery that brings Emmanuel back, and is stumped as he comes forward and beaten outside the off stump. The ball eluding the forward advance of Emmanuel. The keeper taking nicely and whipping off the bails. And Emmanuel goes, stump off the bowling of Theo Edward for 1. And very good stuff here by Edward. Emmanuel coming down the track and the ball going past the outside edge. And the keeper taking nicely and whipping off the bails. Bounce and turn. Going across the right-hander. And so end of Emmanuel. An important wicket taken here by the Laborie team, particularly with the previous dismissal of Gaston in the previous over. And so a setback here for the Monrepo Pioneers.
Yes, good breakthrough there by young Theo Edward to get the wicket of the veteran Craig Emmanuel. Certainly, this is a wicket he would remember and enjoy for a long time. Just slightly flighting this one, and Emmanuel coming down the track, playing down the wrong line. The ball really went past the outside edge, and it was smartly taken by the wicket keeper and effected the stump out. So Monrepo, just a slight hiccup in the last 2 overs, have lost 2 quick wickets. So they would need to sort of rebuild, because we are in the 12th over.
Indeed. So 1 Gaston, 1 Lesmore, correction, joined by another. So Rohan Lesmore now comes into partner.
Claudia, speaking about
Lesmore.
I'm almost certain that Alderman Lesmore should be following the proceeding. He always does.
Indeed, delivery that is lofted out towards the long on region. The fielder coming across, not fielding cleanly, and it will allow the opportunity for a second run as Rohan Lesmore comes back to get off the mark with 2. And the total going with that pair to 94 for 4. And this is over number 12. That is in fact completed. So that is the score after 12 overs. The Monrepo Pioneers with the loss of Craig Emmanuel in this over.
Yes, the loss of the end of a good productive over, the successful over for Laborie Pride. They were able to price out the wickets of Craig Emmanuel and young Theo coming into the attack just conceding 5 runs and picking up that big scalp of Craig Emmanuel. So certainly the Pride would need to make further inroads into the Monrepo batting, because the openers, they are the 2 heavy scorers for the Monroe team, and they are back in the hut. So it's a chance to make further inroads into the middle order.
As Donan Edward will move in. Should be his 4th over. Delivery that is short and ball them. Again, a big stroke there being attempted by Lesmore. Back and looking to pull. And the ball hitting the stumps. And another wicket going down. Donan Edward, the wicket of Cody Lesmore. Bowled at the start of over number 13. And Monrepo, they've gone to 94 for 5 at the start of the 13th over.
Yes, certainly Monrepo, they have lost a flurry of wickets. 3 wickets in the last 3 overs. And Cody Lesmore on this occasion, as we would look at the monitor, may very well have been playing for the leg break and would have perhaps been bowled with a googly. Or it's an inside edge. Again, he is hitting across the line and the ball spun the other direction to get in the inner portion of the bat and ricocheted onto the stump. So an unfortunate way to get out. But success again for Donan Edward, picking up his 2nd wicket.
Indeed, as Hazel Shalry comes in to replace Cody Edward. So very aggressive attempt to get the ball away there, and just the horizontal bat not really been properly presented. Delivery that perhaps needed a much straighter bat, and so off the inside edge into the stump. So 5 wickets are down. Edward moves in, balls to Shalry. Shalry is back, will get the single, and the throw coming in. So off the mark he goes, as the total goes to 96 with the 95 with the single. As coming into strike now would be Rohan Lesmore. Donan Edward has done quite well. He has picked up 2 for 22. This is his final over, and no doubt he would want to keep the pressure up for the Laborie Pride. They have done quite well, because power play score was 60 for 2, but they have lost quite a bit as that delivery is outside the off stump, and it's taken by Abraham behind the stump. So Monrepo, they got 50 off in the 5th over. After the 6th over stage, the power play, they were 60 for 2. The 10 overs, 83 for 2. But it has gone quite badly for them since then. Delivery that is driven into the offside, hesitation, and in the end, the batsmen go back to their respective creases. All an indication of the tentativeness that has crept into the Monrepo effort, as they are under pressure there. The score going nowhere. Delivery that's outside the offside. And here is Lesmore looking to play it into the offside. Hitting over it, the ball going under the flashing bat. But importantly, no run goes to the gloves of the keeper. Edward, to complete his spell, he's got 2 for 22. He's going to move in now. Balls to delivery that's outside the off stump. A big appeal. No movement from umpire Mathre. The Laborie players, they are all beseeching him for the decision, but he stays on move. In the end, just signaling as he walks away, the end of the over. So at the end of it, 95 for 5, the latest position at the Darren Sammy cricket ground.
Yes, Lesmore looking to run this last delivery down to the vacant Foodman region. Vociferous appeal there by the bowler and wicket keeper, but umpire Mathre on move. But they end up a very good spell from Donan Edward, completing his 4 overs and only conceding 22 and picking up 2 crucial wickets. So certainly Monrepo at this point, they are under a bit of pressure, Claudius, from the 11th, 12th, and 14th over, they have lost wickets.
Yes, very much so. Although they are scoring at a decent 7.3 overall, but from the position that they were in, you would have to say that they have squandered the initiative somewhat. And with 7 overs left, well, you can argue that they still got resources there to push the total along. But at 95 for 5, it is Laborie who has really come back into the game over the past 5 overs or so.
Yeah, certainly at the halfway stage, they were 82 for 2. And after 14 now, 95 for 5.
Yes, and so it shows perhaps a disadvantage of having 2 players who continue to be the mainstay of your batting. Emmanuel at the start, Sabinus Emmanuel and Christian Shalry, they did most of the work together with Gaston last night. But with the dismissals, an opportunity opening up in the middle order for teams to put pressure on the Monipo team. As Theo Edward continues, delivery that is played into the offside, and Hazel Shalry will get a single as the fielding is not done properly. Shot on the offside as a misfield, allowing Shalry to get another run to go to 2. The total 96 for 5. Edward wanting a change and just pushing the man at deep extra cover to his right, going a lot straighter. Round the wicket, he comes in, bowls to Lesmore. Lesmore hits that over the top of the inner ring at the backward point region and out towards the boundary for a couple as the return comes in. So 2 more to the total. It goes to 98 for 5 as we continue in the 14th over. Fielder just coming back into the circle as delivery that's outside the off stump. A big drive from Lesmore does not make contact, and Abraham picks up behind the stumps. Edward moving in, bowls to flight delivery, loft out towards long on, will drop a couple of bounces before it gets to the fielder, and the return is coming in. It almost sticks out the bowler as an awkward bounce from the edge of the square. 1 more to the total, 99 for 5, as this time it's going to be Hazel Shalry to face this delivery off the back foot, looking to cut, does so, and will get a single as it's misfielded on the edge of the circle at backward point. So 1 more to the total as the batsmen come back to pick up that run. Monrepo bringing up their 100. So 100 for 5 in the 14th over as Edward moves in, bowls to Gaston plays in offside and will again get the single as Shalry responds. So the completion of 14, and at this stage of the innings, 101 for 5 with Rohan Lesmore on 6, Hazel Shalry is 3, and the Honorable Pioneers looking to push on here, but they have been interrupted by the loss of the wickets, particularly to Don and Edward of Gaston, and then Craig Emmanuel, as well as Cody Leslie. So an important period in the play as Every looks to put further pressure on the Monrepo Pioneers.
Yes, certainly they have been putting on the squeeze on the Monrepo team. Claudius, the last 4 overs, they have lost some free wickets and they've only scored 19 runs.
Yes, an indication of how the brakes have been put on by the Laborie Pride, and it's going to be a bowling change now as we see a new bowler being introduced. In fact, it's Aline Prosper who's coming back. In fact, had a spell of 2 overs, no maidens, not for 18. So Prosper, the off spinner, comes back. Delivery that is hoiked out towards mid wicket. Possibility of a catch. It's taken at the mid wicket. boundary. So a delivery that was pitched up, and there was Rohan Lesmore going loftedly into the onside, but straight down the throat of the mid-wicket fielder. So another wicket going down. Lesmore caught on the deep mid-wicket boundary of the bowling of Prosper, who comes back, and Monrepo losing their 6th wicket in the 15th over.
Yes, so the slide continues for the Monrepo team. Alan Prosper coming back into the attack on this occasion from the media center in. Rowan Lesmond looking to hug this one over the mid-wicket. Got the height, Claudius, but not the distance, and a well-judged catch by Owen Edwards.
Indeed, so another wicket going down for the Monrepo team as they continue this stutter in their innings as the new batsman comes in. So Prosper with an important dismissal here, that of Rohan Lesmore, as the new batsman comes in. Lots of excitement in the crowd as Shonil Edward is into strike. First delivery is looking to clip it away. We'll get off the mark as a bit of a collision between Prosper and Hazel Shallery as that ball was played on the onside. So Edward immediately off the mark as the total goes to 102 for 6, as it's going to be Hazel Shallery who's now going to face Prosper. The off spinner moves in, bowls to Shallery. Shallery's back and just plays quietly up to short mid-off, short wideish mid-off, and or I should say wideish mid-off, so no run. 102 for 6. This is the 15th over. Prosper moving in, bowls to Shallery. Shallery is struck on the pad, a big appeal, and no reaction from the umpire. They take one. The umpire now reacts. In fact, well, no signal from him. So like indicating that there was some bat on it. One more to the total, one more to Shallery. He goes to 3. As Shonil Edward will come in to strike. Long off, long on, deep wicket. Straight mid wicket on the boundary. Back goes Edward and plays on the onside, and Prosper is quickly across in front of the non-striker to pick up, and there's no run. So the break's been put on very effectively here by the Laborie Pride. Prosper moving in, balls to Edward. Edward is back and plays a little loosely, tentatively as well, as the over is completed. So good comeback over for Prosper. He ended up with the wicket of Rohan Lesmore in this over. But in the 15th, Monrepo batting was 103-6, which Hazel Shallery is 4 more than Greg Wilson.
The Laborie Pride, they are really pulling the game back nicely in their favor. The first 10 overs, well, Repo Pioneers, they were able to score some 82 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. But after the resumption, we've seen some 5 overs, and they have considered only 21 runs.
And whilst you were giving that explanation, Greg Wilson, for you, Edward is continuing, and he has induced a false stroke from Shallery. And of course, that one, the keeper was unable to backpedal and get it to hand, and the single taken, they move on to 104 for 6. The second half of the game so far has belonged to the Pride all the way. After the first 10 overs, a good start from the openers of the Monrepo Pioneers. The Laborie Pride is stormed back into this one as Phil Edward is bringing Shonil Edward forward tentatively again, and Phil Edward just jumps across to field of his own bowling. Another dot delivery, 104 for 6. So in the last 4 or 5 overs, the Pride has stormed their way back into this one. Edward moves into Shonil Edward, who is driving past the bowler. They come through for one. There's a thought of a second. It's not on the fielder, does not pick up cleanly, but the second run is never on as Shonil Edward. He moves on by 1-2. The score is 105 for 6. We're into the 16th over. All right, that is just a bit of a misfortune. Just checking a boundary check is being done there by the two umpires. It was Hazel Shalry going for the big heave, and the boundary check being done. Umpires consulting, and there really isn't any signal from them, so it looks like the signal was all that was taken. Edward comes in to bowl. This time it's a down leg side and a wide given. A few Edward, Shonil Edward, and this one is a wide down the leg side. Edward to Shonil. Shonil goes over long on into the Johnson Charleston. 6 runs to Shonil Edward. Few Edward just a little bit too close, is it? It's 6 runs to Shonil Edward. The ball came back so quickly I thought it had not gone into the Johnson Charleston. A good shot from Shonil Edward on this occasion, Greg.
Yes, good shot there on this occasion. Theo Edward just pitching this one full outside the off stump, and really Shonil Edward needed no second invitation.
This time he is sweeping. He's not making proper contact, but they come through for the single. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. It is coming off the pad, so it's another leg by. And the extras have done well as well tonight, Greg Wilson. Another leg by to end the over. And we're at 114. 114 for 6. We're end of the 16th over. And the Laborie Pride, they've really done well to come back very nicely in this one, as the spin bowling options have really pulled it back along with the likes of Kenneth Richardson.
Yes, Theo Edwards certainly has done a remarkable job for the team. Some 3 overs, he has picked up a crucial wicket and only conceded 19 runs. So this has been the most productive over for the Monrepo Pioneers after the break, which they got some 11 runs from the last over.
A very good over for him. Alin Prosper will continue, and he's bowling. This one is held. It's in the air, up pitch, out towards the boundary, and it will get into the boundary now. A very good looking shot from Hazel Shalry. He just picks it up, got under it, and got it. Shonil Edward, got under it and really helping himself to another boundary.
Yes, certainly good improvisation there by Shonil, going across the stump and working this one over the square leg region.
Again, playing with the spin is Shonil Edward. This one goes out to backward square, misfield, and allows him to come back for the second run. And they're thinking about the third as the throw is off target. They think about the third day. It's not on. And another 2 runs to the total. 120 comes up. Shonil Edward, he's moved on to 14. Hazel Shalry is there in good company. He's on 6. Prosper into Edward, and Edward is driving exquisitely through the covers. He's going out. Doesn't have the legs to get to the boundary. It does not have the legs to get to the boundary as the fielder from long off comes around and does the interception. They come through for another couple of runs. Shonil Edward is coming into his own there, Greg Wilson, and he is putting on a good little cameo for himself.
Yes, some 16 runs very quickly.
Okay. Welcome to day 2 of the Premier Sports Inc. presents KFC SPLT20 powered by the National Lotteries Authority. Show them how to party right here in St. Lucia. Boswa Setlisi, it's night 2. And of course, tonight, who is on the field right about now? We have Pride, and that's happening right now on the field. We have Laborie Pride representative right here. Theo, come again?
Edward's father.
Theo Edwards, and Theo Edwards is on the field right now, and that's his dad. So, Theo's dad, what's your name? What's your name?
Cassius Edward.
All right, Cassius. So, Cassius, tell us how you feel tonight and what is happening thus far.
Well, I'm very happy because at 5 overs. Oh, look at wicket! Look at wicket! Hey! That's a wicket right there.
That's it.
What happened? At 5 overs, Monrepo was 53 without loss.
Yes.
But we bring back the game right now. It's 17 overs gone and 123 for 7. So we bring back the game. We know Monrepo is a very good team, but Laborie Pride tonight will win the game.
Yeah, I can see that Laborie has brought a lot of energy with them. Everybody's there supporting Laborie. So we're looking forward to a spectacular event. So far, is it going so good? St. Lucians, we're encouraging you to come out. Cassius, tell St. Lucians what they have to do about this SPLT20.
St. Lucians, you know, we have to support our locals because CPL is international, but SPL is also international. We have to come and support our youngsters to see what they have to offer. So tomorrow night, come and support our very own. Laborie Pride will be playing against Chozel. So come each and every one, and the price is very good. $15. Just $15. So come and celebrate with us tomorrow night.
Wonderful. And plus there is VIP cheap as well. Buy show is here, lots to eat and drink.
$65 to sell it.
Yes.
Laborie Pride must win Monrepo tonight.
It looks like that could be possible at the rate things are going on the field. It definitely looks so.
Yeah, we good.
Right.
We good.
Wonderful.
Theo will be the bowler right now.
Right.
We expect 2 wickets.
So who are you looking forward to be man of the match?
Theo Edward will be man of the match.
By popular demand.
By popular demand. That's my big brother there,
Wonderful.
Mr. Fimba Edward.
All right. So it's a pleasure speaking to the Edward legacy.
Yes.
All right. So we head back to the field, and again, St. Lucia, keep it locked in, and of course, come over to the Darren Sammy Cricket Grounds for the SPLT20 action happening. Hey, we're gonna show them how to party, right?
That's the place to be.
What's up, Faye?
Yeah. All right, we're picking up the action again in the 18th over, and the second delivery being delivered there by Theo Edward. The 18th over bowled by Theo Edward, and they score 127 for 7 at the moment, with Shonil Edward on 21, and he is driving in the out towards the long off, and the catch is not taken. It goes over into the boundary for 4. Burst through the hand of the fielder there, and Shonil Edward been rewarded with another boundary. It goes, the score goes on to 131. Shonil Edward, he's moved on to 25, but luck was with him. Greg.
Yes, poor bit of fielding there by the man on the long off boundary. One would have said a relatively straightforward catch. The ball just burst through his hands, and to add insult to injury, it went over the ropes for 4 as well. So young Theo Edward would not have been pleased with that effort. That was an opportunity for him to pick up his second wicket.
Definitely an opportunity for Theo Edward to pick up his second. He's taken a bit of tapping in this over in particular. He's gone for now the 2 4s, and he will reset. Shonil was not quite ready. Shonil Edward, and Theo Edward moves into bowl to Shonil Edward, and he's going for the sweep shot out towards the boundary. The fine leg fielder gives chase. He will pull it in, and this will go down as a Bank of St. Lucia super save on the boundary, as the fine leg fielder comes around to stop it, not before Shawnil Edward comes through for another 2 runs. So Shawnil Edward picking up the ante, Greg. It's late, but he's nevertheless picking up the ante for the Monripo Pioneers. Few Edward opting to go round, and Shawnil Edward has lost his bat in the process as well. The fielder from Fine Leg comes in, and let's see if there's a signal from the umpire. There is no signal so far, so it goes down as another run to Shawnil Edward. He is definitely probably going to change his glove. Might have gotten wet with the sweat and the dew out there. Shawnil Edward losing his bat in the process. The score goes on to 134 for 7. We're inside the 18th over, Greg Wilson. And Shawnil Edward looking to break the shackles for the Monripo Pioneers. And with that, Cody Fontenelle comes into strike. A few Edward will know Cody Fontenelle well. They played in the St. Lucia under 15 team together, as well as the Windward Islands under 15 team together. The 2 youngsters, Few Edward to Fontenelle, and Fontenelle is sweeping, and the fine leg man comes around to his left and does the fielding. Cody Fontenelle, he gets his first run, and the score moves on to 136. Few Edward finishes his spell.
Yeah, ready? Yeah. All right. Bienvenue cette ici. Bonsoir encore. Après ça, nous allons parler à timide créole.
Non, pas timide, tout créole.
OK, nous allons parler à l'eau créole à présent. OK, so après ça, moi là, et puis un nom yo ka kouye Yoko. Yoko, dis-moi qui manière yo ka sorti ko soir puisque bay ha chaud soir. Moi manière Laborie ka jouer, Monripo ka jouer bay chaud.
Oui, bay tout est chaud mais nous pas peur, mo pas diffé nous ba yo, diffé ça pas peur score. Depuis score les bords là, c'est les bords là. So la po oui, qui nous garder pour la yo. Nous les diffé. Pers moun ba sa gagne nous soir là. La po oui ben venir tout diffé yo. Ouais, nous va venir tout diffé.
Ouais, ça c'est parole là nous mettre ça non soir mais l'année timiette pli moun non soir. Yo souhait la teni moun là mais on souhait l'année pli mais demain dimanche nous voulons ouais pli moun vini aller Darren Sammy Cricket Grounds là pour ouais SPLT20 puisque ça c'est ça nous même ouais
c'est organisers là en idée soit ça devient fort madame là pas de côté pour mes moun non
on savent moi tant ça soit
je cache pas supporter cricket. Vous comprenez ça là? Mais désolé. Si ça devait faire, Laborie, soit Zey, Mikou, la bonne côté pour nous, nous, c'est nous ça fait top là. Regardez ça, belle là, n'importe belle descend mon ici là. Si là notant. Nous voulons que la vie descend fort, mais il vient fort, mais il souffouille. Moun pas venir regarder cricket ici, c'est petit cricket ça une fois. Si c'est international bah, c'est petit cricket ça ne bouge. Aba bois, ouais, quand nous nèg marron aba bois ça n'bouille. Aba bois vieux fort. Si ça devait fort, la bataille côté pour mes moun.
All right. Now, Jacques Astui, zot tan ça. Puisque tout monde carré tout bail dit Castui, tout bail c'est Castui gozile bail kon. Après ça, c'est moun là dit yo vle cricket là vieux descend en vieux fort. All right. So, organisers là zot katan, nous kay wè ki ça yo kay faire l'autre l'année.
Oui, c'est un bon advice nous là. C'est pas un nous n'a gain cash truand. Mais ça devait faire là ouais soufouiller monter Laborie monter Mikou descend. Mopo la bonne côté, mi c'est drive top là c'est ou ka faire ça pour faire là ou pas faire ça pour des moun brûler $60-70 gaz vinn regarder ça vieux descend. On pense ça là. Si ça devait faire madame là joli temps. OK. Mais ça oui. Dit terraco ici a pas rien quoi. Nous on bois créole. En l'autre chicken free. Fries. L'autre quoi ça va
mais oui, parler nom là, Yoko parler la vérité ou savent. So Jacques Astui nous kay faire l'autre bail et que
si ça cache nous pas si ça cache l'autre l'année.
Mais Yoko cette ici c'est un pays, tout le monde est pour venir supporter bail là.
Mais madame là,
Ah, nou ka yon retene ale fil la pou SPLT20.
Saturday view 4. La ban go.
And we're picking up the action in the 19th over. This is an over being bowled by Tyron Theodore. He's a left arm round the wicket and he's bowling to Shonil Edward outside off stump. And the wide being signaled there by the umpire. And the score moves on to 138 for 7. So Monrepo Pioneers really, with the start they had, Greg, they would be really not be satisfied with where they are at the moment. Really kudos to the Laborie Pride for the bowling effort as Theodore comes round the wicket to Edward, and Edward is driving. This one comes off the outer portion of the bat and goes through to point, backward point. They come through for 139 for 7 inside the 19th over. And Tyron Theodore, he's bowled 2.3 overs for 26. Looking to finish well, to come off well in this one. He moves in to bowl this time to Cody Fontenelle. Under 15 batsman, Cody Fontenelle is slapping this one back past the bowler who is diving. And they come through for the second run. And they get it successfully in the end. Good aggressive running from the two young players at the wicket, Shonil Edward and Cody Fontenelle. Especially Shonil Edward, he was coming to the danger area, really put on the pedal and pushed himself.
Yes, he was always determined to come back for the second. So good aggressive running between these two.
Fontenelle is driving into the covers, and there is a chance. Shonil is diving. A direct hit would probably have him in trouble, but he is home. And they say fortune favors the brave again, and these young men are really pushing through. 142 on the board now for the Monrepo Pioneers, and they really look to get anything past 150, they would be quite happy and think they have the bowling to defend. So they would be pushing through. Tyron Theodore looking to come off this over well. Bowls to Edward, and Edward is driving into the covers out towards the boundary. Theo Edward on the cover, runs around the cover boundary, and the return comes in to the wicketkeeper, not before Edward completes his second run. So Johnny Edward, he's added 2 more to his score, and Theo Edwards looking to feel it from him.
Thank you so much for keeping it tuned in. And of course, we're right here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Grounds in Beausejour, Grosley. And of course, it's the SPL. Well, it's actually the Premier Sports Inc. presents the KFC SPLT20, powered by the National Lotteries Authority. Show them how to party. Earlier, I was speaking to Yoko, representing Laborie Massive. Now, just to clarify that, as we all know, there is no suitable facility down in the south to have an actual, cricket match and, so on and so forth. So that's why we have to use the stadium that we have right about now. So, hopefully we have heard news that, things will be happening in the south and we will be getting the stadium back in the south. So we're looking forward to that. So right here with me, I have Mr. John Eugene, a national cricketer right here, supporting the entire vibe. John, how are you doing tonight?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm good. Really good. Very nice to be here.
All right. So how do you feel about the SPLT20 happening?
I think it's massive for local cricket. Great opportunity for a number of the young guys, young and old, to showcase their talent. So it's and it's local. It's a very nice, great opportunity for the youngs, for everybody to be involved, really.
So how have you been? Did you get the second match for today? Because we had 3 matches today.
Yeah, I came in a bit earlier. I saw the Shoswell game, very exciting game, and this one is equally as exciting as the previous one.
All right. So who are you backing tonight?
No, just supporting good cricket.
Everybody.
Yeah, I'm just supporting good cricket.
I like that. He's neutral. He's supporting the entire game, nobody specifically. But whoever wins is good.
Yes, we always want to see great performances, and we want to see the guys showcasing their talent. Tomorrow night is going to be interesting when Central Castries
So that is when I need to catch you tomorrow night, so you could give me a little more detail. Right?
Yeah, I'll be quite busy tomorrow night at Central Castries. We're looking forward to starting off the tournament on a good footing.
Wonderful. All right, so we're looking forward to that as well. But any highlights as far as what has been happening on the field?
Yeah, I was pretty impressed with the stumping of Mr. Craig Emmanuel by Stephen Abraham. That was just pure class and quality from him. So for me, this was the highlight of the night. Yeah.
Wonderful. All right. So what about what about that great catch by Edward?
We know Owen Edward is we have played for St. Lucia, so we expect less. We don't expect less from him. He's pretty cool on what's going on. So it's good catching by him, really.
Wonderful. So any predictions?
No, I don't think so. I think the team that bats better tonight will win. Monrepo looks like they have, just about a pass score, 147. Laborie would have to bat well, I could tell you, to really overhaul the score that Monrepo is going to put out tonight.
Wonderful. All right. So we're looking forward to the continuation of this series. And of course, we have our very own John Eugene here supporting the entire cricket, the SPLT20 cricket vibe. And of course, we're looking forward to tomorrow.
Definitely, yeah.
All right, all psyched up.
I'll give you a wave tomorrow night.
Wonderful. All right.
Yeah.
So enjoy the rest of the game. And we're looking forward to see what happens later on before the game ends.
Yeah, thank you much. And you too. Enjoy the evening.
You're welcome. So the KFC SPLT20, right here, powered by the National Lotteries Authority. Show them how to party, and that's exactly what's happening here. And we need more St. Lucians to come to the Darren Sammy Cricket Grounds, enjoy our very own St. Lucia Premier League. Of course, our sponsors, KFC, the National Lotteries Authority, Bank of St. Lucia, Nagico, Computer and Business Services, Flow, Scott Sports and Awards. It's night 2 of the SPLT20, and definitely we're going to show them how to party.
Back with the action. It's just a couple of deliveries to go. Canis Richardson dislodging Shawnil Edward, and he misses his run. Canis Richardson and is coming back. He has to reset. Canis Richardson 147 for 8. The Monrepo Pioneers, they would really want to push through to get to 150 to provide the psychological booster for them. Canis Richardson would have different ideas. He's bowled splendidly tonight, 3 for 17, and driven down the ground is Canis Richardson by Dscg Henry, and they come through for the second run. There is an appeal. The umpire is not interested. Dscg gets to 149. 149 on the board for the Monrepo Pioneers with one delivery to go. If they can get past 150, Greg Wilson, 149 with just one delivery to go. And what he is saying, Dscg, to Cody Fontenelle, his partner, we will be running for anything. And just to put that 150 on the board to present that psychological booster for them. As Richardson, who's bowled very well tonight, he moves into bowl to Henry, and Henry is driving. This is 150. They go looking for the 151st run, and it is out. They cannot get 151, but the 150 is posted. The Monrepo Pioneers 150. 150 on the board for 9, because there was a run out on this last delivery there. 150 for 9. So Laborie Pride, they will need 151 for victory. A good effort from them, having a fantastic start from the Repos Pioneers. They pulled it back very nicely and were able to restrict them to a mere 150.
Yes, I think the Laborie Pride could be well pleased with the effort, especially in the last 10. After the halfway stage, the Pioneers, they were 82 and they finished on 150 for 9, which means Clivers, they were only able to amass 68 runs in the last 10 and they lost 7 wickets in the process. So certainly it's a tale of two halves. The first half belonged to Repos, but in the second half, Laborie Pride really pulled things back nicely.
Very nicely as well, the Laborie Pride. And we will take a break and we will resume with the chase. 151 for the victory if they get there.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Since 1963, our mandate has been to serve people. You know, farming people, fishing people, teaching people, police people, Choiseul people, Soufrière and all their people, no matter where they are. And our people are here, ready to serve with a smile, professionalism and flexibility. If all that makes you think we're your kind of people, then we're ready to help you. Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. We make lives better. Join us today. Telephone 459-3100 or 459-3119.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Since 1963, our mandate has been to serve people. You know, farming people, fishing people, teaching people, police people, Choiseul people, Soufrière and all their people, no matter where they are. And our people are here, ready to serve with a smile, professionalism and flexibility. If all that makes you think we're your kind of people, then we're ready to help you. Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. We make lives better. Join us today. Telephone 459-3100 or 459-3119.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Since 1963, our mandate has been to serve people. You know, farming people, fishing people, teaching people, police people, Choiseul people, Soufrière and all their people, no matter where they are. And our people are here, ready to serve with a smile, professionalism and flexibility. If all that makes you think we're your kind of people, then we're ready to help you. Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. We make lives better. Join us today. Telephone 459-3100 or 459-3119.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th. US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Since 1963, our mandate has been to serve people. You know, farming people, fishing people, teaching people, police people, Choiseul people, Soufrière and all their people, no matter where they are. And our people are here, ready to serve with a smile, professionalism and flexibility. If all that makes you think we're your kind of people, then we're ready to help you. Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. We make lives better. Join us today. Telephone 459-3100 or 459-3119.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Get a boundary credited to Shalry. Shalry pulls out towards mid-wicket. The fielder is posted and goes right through him. Some poor work on the boundary there as goes to Shalry pulls out towards mid-wicket. The fielder is posted and goes right through him. Some poor work on the boundary there as he moves in once again. To Shalry back looking to pull that so out towards square leg and into the boundary for 4. Ahead of the man. He moves in once again. From square to Shalry back looking to pull that so out towards square leg and into the boundary for 4. Ahead of the man. Lofting that out towards long on all the way. 6 runs. Maximum back. Lofting that out towards long on all the way. 6 runs. Maximum back. Shalry is driving airborne out towards extra cover. A long run for the fielder. He might just pull it back. Yes, it does. To move in once again. This time to Shalry. Shalry is driving airborne out towards extra cover. A long run for the fielder. He might just pull it back. Yes, it does.
They understand each other's game pretty well.
Strike now, George moves in, goes lofted out towards the offside. Does it have?
They understand each other's game pretty well.
Strike now, George moves in, goes to him. Delivery that's lofted out towards the offside. Does it have?
Point, cover, extra cover as the Cali switches comes into Manuel, who is driving it in the air and it's taken. Up towards mid-wicket. Off the boundary, and of course he fires this one in. Up towards mid-wicket, Miller comes off the boundary, and of course he fires this one in. Totally made a meal of it, and 2 more. Shalry again cutting well back and forth into the boundary. That is an exquisite letter. He is playing well. Canis comes forward, so that comes in and Canis Richardson, you can see me. A letter. He is playing well. Canis comes forward, so that comes in and Canis Richardson, you can see me.
The right-handed Aston on strike. Edward moving in goes to Gaston. Gaston is back and the bold it looks like, as he was looking to go strikers end, but the return was just not good enough. Delivery that brings him back and is stumped as he comes forward and beaten outside the off stump. The ball in strikers end, but the return was just not good enough. Delivery that brings Emmanuel back and is stumped as he comes forward and beaten outside the off stump. The ball in. So we are back with the resumption. So the response by the Laborie Pride beginning. First delivery outside the off stump and no ball being signaled. So one without loss as Laborie Pride respond to the Mon Repos total. Mon Repos Pioneers 150 for 9 was the effort by the Mon Repos team. So it's going to be delivery that is outside the off stump and a wide being signaled. So no ball to start off with and then a wide. So the free hit remaining, 2 without loss. The Laborie Pride in an opportunity there to get to the 151 as delivery that's outside the off stump down to third man. The fielder coming across but not successful and having to scale over that advertising, that lone advertising hoarding in his pathway there. So 4 runs to the Laborie Pride as fielder coming across, number 16 not able to make good the opportunity. That's Cody Lesmore with the fielding opportunity, almost crashing into the hoarding. So 4 to the Laborie Pride. They go to 6 without loss. This is the first over. So Theo Edward is the man who's getting off the mark as Gaston moving in. Balls outside the off stump and a loose little flay of the bat at it. It goes into the gloves of Sabinus Emmanuel and could carry into the gloves of Emmanuel. So Gaston looking to come through with the effort for the Mon Repos side. So 150 for 9 if you join in the broadcast. So 151 the target. Gaston delivery that is again attracting the bat of Theo Edward, but again not making contact as it goes into the gloves of the keeper. So I'm joined by Clivus. Clivus 151 the target, and we are in for, I believe, some excitement this evening as the Laborie Pride look to go after this total.
I do agree, Claude. Yes, the 150 presents a psychological advantage to the Mon Repos Pioneers, and I do agree that we're in for a scintillating finish.
Gaston moving in, delivery that's airborne down to third man, 1 bounce, and it will be thrown in by Cody Lesmore. So 1 to the total, and it goes to 7 without loss with the single. Theo Edward goes to 5 and the total 7 without loss.
Again, Theo Edward playing away from his body, well away from his body, and Gaston presenting him with that whiff. Theo Edward playing away from his body, airborne down to third man.
So Anthony, the man who was come into strike, opening the innings, delivery that is pitched up and played onto the straight shortish mid-wicket position, and so there is no run. So the Mon Repos side 150 for 9 with good scores coming from the top scorer was Shonil Edward with 31, 20 to Sabinas Emmanuel and 28 to Shalry. Gaston moving in, balls to struck on the pad, big appeal, and the umpire walks away, but the Monrepo Pioneers would feel maybe a little aggrieved that that looked quite a good shout, but in the end, leg by being signaled as the over is completed. So one completed, and Laborie Pride at the end of it, they're 8 without loss in search for 151.
Yes, good finish to the over from Keon Gaston, and this one was close. The umpire probably thinking it might have missed the leg stump, but a very, very close shout from Keon Gaston as Denny Anthony went strolling across, and that one looks like it was looking for worth the shout, really, Claudius, as Keon Gaston brings that over to a close. 8 without loss for the Monrepo Pioneers. A good start for them.
Very much so. So unfortunate for them with the big appeal going up, but umpire Donovan saying that's not out. So delivery that was on target, as we're going to see the bowling continued by number 19, Dscg Henry. So Dscg Henry is the man who's going to move in from the northern end, and he's going to be bowling to Anthony. So second over coming up as he comes in, bowls outside the off stump, Henry, and wide being signaled by umpire Mathrin. So we see the continuing show of movement in the air, particularly with the new ball, as Henry looking to induce the batsman into play. In solitary slip in Emmanuel, backward point, squarish cover, extra cover, long off, deep cover. That's the offside field. Henry moving in. Anthony is back, struck on the pad. They will go for the single as Craig Emmanuel comes into the short third man region to pick up. So leg by being signaled by the umpire. So this one angled in and maybe going down the leg side, not a significant appeal. So 1 to the total. A leg by goes to 10. 10 without loss. Anthony's yet to score 5. Edward, the onside field, mid on, straightish mid wicket, and short backward square leg, all inside the circle. Henry moving in, bowls to Edward. Edward back, plays it into the path of the backward point reach fielder, straight to him, and so there's no run. So good comeback delivery here for Henry, starting with a wide, but on target on this occasion, as he's looking to bring that solitary slip into play. The Laborie Pride needing to score at over 7.5 per over. Henry to Edward. Edward gets a foolish delivery right up into the block hole on about the off stump, and can do no more but play it up on the offside to be picked up by the bowler in his follow through. So good tight stuff here from Henry.
And all that is required from Henry is to keep it tight, and just the scoreboard pressure alone will take a toll on the batting of the Laborie Pride team.
He moves away, balls to Edward. Edward is looking to pull an inside edge onto the pad, and luckily for him, you just thought that he didn't have the length to do so. It was not a delivery that really warranted that type of cross-batted aggressiveness. He was lucky, I think, as it fell away into the offside. So pressure, you would have to say, building here on Edward. Henry turns from the straightish run, moves away from us. As he moves in, balls to Edward. Edward is getting a good delivery, plays it up on the onside. They go through for a quick single. The throw comes in. It beats the man backing up initially, but good work out onto the offside. Looks like Shonil Edward doing the work. And so in the end, the single completed to Theo Edward. He goes to 6, and the total 11 without loss. This is the second over. And in the Monrepo Pioneers innings, the pick of the bowlers Kenneth Richardson, 3 for 20 from his 4 overs. 2 for 20 to Aline Prosper. Henry moving in, balls to Anthony. Anthony's back, struck on the pad, can't score. As Henry is quickly around to complete the fielding to complete the over. So at the end of 2, the Laborie Pride, they're in search of 151. They are 11 without loss.
Yes, another good over. A good over to start off from Dscg Henry. He has been on target, asking lots of questions of the opening batters. Theo Edward could not really, was looking to pull him, but was not short enough. And on this occasion, forcing the defensive stroke from Denny Anthony. So a good start for the Pioneers in defense of 150.
Yes, indeed. And just to complete the bowling performance by the Laborie Pride, Donan Edward picking up 2 for 22 from his 4 overs, as the 20 overs was sent down by the Pride. So 150 for 9, and they have that to chase now as Gaston starts a new over, the 3rd, outside the off stump, and ball going low down to keeper Emmanuel. Delivery that was of foolish length and almost under the bat as Edward looking to drive into the offside. So there's a gap in front of him, looking to go between maybe extra cover and mid-off. Solitary slip in position as Gaston moves in, balls to Edward. Edward is struck on the pad, but seeming to go down leg side. So no response from the umpire as Edward comes in from the back point region, field, no run. So the scoring being kept quiet here by the opening bowling so far from the Monrepo Pioneers, Keon Gaston and Dscg Henry. This is Gaston's 2nd over, the 3rd of the innings. He runs away now, bowls to Edward. Edward is driving nicely along the ground, square into the offside, but the keeper, the sweeper correction, is posted. So 1 more to the total as he goes to 7. And Anthony, who's yet to score, comes in to strike. 12 without loss in the 3rd over.
Very good bowling from the Monrepo Pioneers so far. Again, Keon Gaston bringing that ball well up to Theo Edward, giving the ball every opportunity to swing if there is any swing available. Theo Edward on this occasion equal to the task, a nice square drive all along the carpet.
Gaston moving in, balls to Anthony. Anthony is into his stumps, looking to turn it on the onside. Doesn't make contact, and the ball coming off the pad, or maybe the 5 pad, out into the offside. No run. Emmanuel coming quickly from behind the stumps to field, and there's no run. So solitary slip, 3rd man, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, short backward square. So the 2 men out, been on the offside, 3rd man and deep extra cover. Gaston moving in, bows to Anthony. Anthony is back, gets a good delivery, but will get a single as he plays quietly into the offside, checking the stroke and keeping it away from Shonil Edward, who had to come in. But as he did that, they were able to go through for the single. So 1 more to Anthony. In fact, that's his first. He's now off the mark, taking a number of deliveries to do so. 13 the overall score. And Theo Edward, 7 will come in to strike. Over number 3 in progress in this SPLT20. This is the 2023 version. This is game number 4. As Gaston moves in, balls to Edward. Edward gets a good delivery, almost falls over. But he's able to quickly get down and clip it out towards mid-on to get a single. So 8 for him. It completes the 3rd over as the over is concluded. The total 14 without loss, with the overall target 151 for the Laborie Pride.
Certainly the Monrepo opening bowlers have put it on the screws on the Laborie Pride, and Dscg Henry and Keon Gaston. Good opening partnership from the 2, and only giving up 3 in this 3 runs in that last over key on Gaston. So really tightening things up and putting some scoreboard pressure on the Laborie Pride team.
So, over number 4, about to start, Dscg Henry with his second over will move in. Away from us, bows to Edward. Edward is driving and beaten outside the off stump. The delivery was full of length, and here was the right-hander driving away, but ball maybe actually going between the bat and the pad as it went to the keeper. Craig Emmanuel has a thought. He comes all the way from slip to share something with Dscg Henry, as is maybe getting some sort of inspirational thought about a possible dismissal. Maybe has picked up something in the batsman's technique. We'll have to wait and see what comes out of it. Dscg Henry, maybe he has his own plans, maybe not change anything. He moves in, balls to Edward. Edward is driving, or really attempting to do so. It's another full delivery right up on the popping crease. And well, maybe the batting crease for the batter at the striker's end, and no run taken. So the Laborie Pride there, they have really not been able to get off to a flyer. As Henry moves away from us, bows to Edward. Edward gets a good delivery, it's swinging in, but maybe doing a little too much as it's heading down the leg side. So no appeal, but good movement on that one, and maybe if he can just straighten the line, get it more into the off stump or even outside, so that the movement will get it onto the stump. It could be in some action.
Definitely
as
so.
He turns away from us now, bowls to Edward. Edward to this delivery is clipping it out towards mid-wicket, in fact square leg. Couple of bounces into the boundary for 4. That movement that I just spoke about really causing a free hit almost into the pads, and Theo Edward in fact clipping it nicely in the air but safely, because there's no fielder in that region, and into the boundary for 4. So he goes to 12. It's 18 without outs.
Dscg Henry is getting that prodigious movement back into the right hand, and he really started this one a lot too straight, and with the movement it was essentially a free hit for Theo Edward.
Edward will no doubt feel a lot better with that. 12 is he, as he waits now. Henry into him outside the off stump, keeping a little low, and Sabinas Emmanuel having some difficulty in catching it, but in the end he had the body behind it and it didn't go past him. Emmanuel giving him some assistance, Craig Emmanuel. So 2 Emmanuels behind the stumps, Sabinas with the gloves, Craig at slip. Henry moving away from us. We'll go in now to Edward. Edward is forward and will not score as he plays it straight into the extra cover region. The ball is fielded, and so the over is completed. So on at the end of it, 18 without loss with Theo Edward on 12. Anthony is 1, and the requirement is still 151. They're scoring at 4.5, but the required rate looks like it's 8.3.
Yes, it is.
If my eyesight is still good on the score.
Wow. This is impressive stuff from you, Claudius. With eyesight, I can stay here and see that it is actually 8.3 the required rate, and at the same, after 4 overs, the Pioneers, they were 40 without loss, and the Pride, they are just 18 without loss. So they're not going anywhere in a hurry. We're not seeing the sort of explosive start from the Pioneers, from the Pride that we saw from the Pioneers.
As a new bowler is going to be introduced, Chanel Edward is going to come in from the far end, the south of the ground, and he's going in to bowl to Anthony. Delivery that's outside the off stump, wide, too wide, and called wide by the umpire. So 1 more to the total. It goes to, with the wide, 19 without loss, and the left-handed Sean Edward is coming in And the Laborie Pride, they have had, because of the slow start, they've had the required rate increase on them in excess of 8 now. Edward moving in, balls to Anthony. Anthony driving off the outer portion of the bat, down to third man, away from solitary slip in Emmanuel, and just a one as it goes down to Cody Lesmo. So one more to the man who's gone to 2 now. So that is Anthony, 2 to him, and Theo Edward on 12 comes in to strike. Edward, his namesake, comes in, balls to him, short up edge, it's in the air, but it will fall safely in front of Cody Lesmo. Was coming off the boundary, but not carrying enough for him to make a catch of it. In the end, just taking on the bounce, doing the fielding. One more to Edward, who is not in control. He goes to 13. It's 21 without loss. This is over number 5. As Edward starts again from the fire and moves in over the wicket, bowls to Edward. In fact, it's Anthony who's getting a short delivery and not making anything of it, playing over it, and the ball going under the bat into the gloves of Emmanuel. So Laborie Pride, Clive, has really not been able to get the ball to the boundary to really give themselves a start that can really give you the impression that they'll challenge the 151. Edward moving in, balls to Anthony. Anthony's getting one down the leg side, beats the diving Emmanuel behind the stumps and into the straight fine leg boundary for 4. 4 wides being signaled, so they'll get 5 for that. The total going up to 26. And well, we just spoke about not getting boundaries. They have gotten 1. They have just been gifted 1, but I think they want it to be coming from the bat.
They definitely would want it to be coming from the bat. They have not gotten that kind of impetus that they would need, especially in the power play overs with the fielding restrictions in effect.
Shonil Edward turns and will move in once again. Balls to Anthony. Anthony's back and looking to hit into the offside. Edward thought that might have come off the edge, but it didn't. He had no support from the close-in fielders as he went towards the batsman in the follow-through. So a dot ball registered in the books. The total remaining on 26. 26 without loss over number 5 in progress. As Anthony on 2 weights. Edward beginning to move in, but not happy with the rhythm and going back. So the action continuing at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground tomorrow, day 3 of the competition. We also have a triple header and quite a demanding schedule. Short, and Anthony is almost turning his back, turning his face on the delivery, gets hit on the body, and the ball falling away into the offside, and there's no run. So tomorrow we've got 3 matches as well. Groselin Knights versus South Castries Lions, the first game at 12 p.m. Laborie Pride is back in action tomorrow at 4 p.m. versus the Sufra Stompers, and Miku Eagles versus City Blasters at 8 p.m. All of that happening tomorrow. Delivery that's lofted out towards the offside, going towards the boundary. It will be picked up, although there's a bit of a misfield as the fielder gets to it from inside the circle. So 2 more taken as the over comes to an end. The first over from Shonil Edward comes to an end. So at the end of it, the Laborie Pride, they've gone to 28 without loss, with Theo Edward on 13 and Anthony is on 4.
Certainly, this over yielded a bit more for the Laborie Pride, with the extras contributing significantly as well. And we have Dikesh Henry, he will be continuing.
as he moves in. Away from us goes to Edward. Edward is driving nicely into the offside, but he will find the sweeper who comes off the boundary and fires the return into the gloves of Emmanuel. And there's no run. So Cody Fontenelle, the man doing the fielding, out at the extra cover boundary. Emmanuel behind the stumps, just watching as Dikesh Henry will now go into Denley Anthony. Number 19 on his back. Henry goes away from us, bowls down the leg side. Diving work being done by Sabinus Emmanuel, but of course, with the width of that delivery, umpire now signaling that it was too wide, and so one more to the total. As extras go up, 30 without loss. And so, although the Pride have not lost the wicket, but they're not making a lot of progress. Delivery is coming into Anthony, and he's looking to advance, but he just doesn't have the room and plays it back to the bowler. So although they have yet to lose a wicket, Clivers, they're still not making the sort of progress that you would need in search of a 151.
Definitely, so they really slow going for the Laborie Pride in this opening overs.
Henry to Anthony. Anthony tugs it out towards the onside. It's been pulled back now by the left-handed Shonil Edward, who gets the return back into the bowler. But just one for his troubles, Anthony. In fact, two. He's come back for two as the ball going within maybe 15 yards of the boundary. So 2 to Anthony takes him to 6, and it's 32 without loss as Dikesh Henry, slimly built, goes away from us, bowls to Anthony. Anthony is driving. This time it has enough on it to go maybe into the boundary, or will he pull it back just inside? There's a slide towards the boundary, and I'm not sure how neat that slide was. He eventually picks up, and the throw coming in to the keeper. But I think the umpires are happy with that the fielding was completed. So 2 more. And Shonil Edward, you'd have to say, saving 2 as he had that slide into the boundary. So 2-2.
Definitely here, Claudius, a Bank of St. Lucia super save for Shonil Edward, and that one will go down as a good bit of fielding for him.
As the total goes to 34. 34 without loss. We are in over number 6. As Henry moves in, bowls to Anthony. Anthony plays an ugly looking stroke to a ball outside the off stump, advancing and looking to hit that somewhere over mid wicket, but he was too far away from it and really not giving himself a chance of making contact. The dot ball is registered as the total remains on 34 for no loss over number 6 in progress. Henry continuing, moving in, bowls to Anthony. Anthony is lofting that out towards mid wicket, long on in fact, catch taken. So the end of Anthony, the first wicket for the Repos side, as a delivery that was picked up from outside the off stump and lofted out to wide long on, and it was Gaston who settled under it to take a good catch. Keon Gaston taking a catch, settling nicely onto that, under that lofted shot, and bringing about the dismissal of Denley Anthony. Caught Gaston, bowled Dikesh Henry for 8, and in the 6th over, it's 34 for 1.
A very well judged catch there by Keon Gaston. He was right on the boundary rope and he came in. He was very well aware of the boundary rope as well. He settled under it, and it's never easy taking catches under the lights here. He settled under it and took it with a great degree of confidence. But for the Monrepo Pioneers, I'm not sure the departure of Denley it makes a big difference for him because Danny Anthony was going nowhere. He just soaked up a lot of deliveries and really was not going anywhere. And nevertheless, we're seeing his departure to a well taken catch here by Keon Gaston of the Cash Henry.
Yes, indeed, he's 8 coming from 16 deliveries. And so finally, the back of Anthony. So successful Monrepo Pioneers as we come to the end of the power play. Over number 7 about to start. And it's going to be Chanel Edward, who is going to move in. New batsman would have come in, but it is in fact Edward still in strike as he plays out towards third man. Will bring Cody Lesmore to his right, and the return will come in on the bounce to Emmanuel. So 2 more to the total as it goes to 36 for 1 as Theo Edward correction goes to 16. So the total 36 for 1. The new batter, not been able to identify him as yet.
It's Stephen Abraham.
Delivery that is outside the off stump, and a big drive from Theo Edward doesn't make contact as the ball goes into the gloves of Emmanuel. So Abraham, the keeper, coming in at number 3, and at the North Strikers end, the Monrepo Pioneers getting the first wicket, and of course the Laborie Pride now looking to really push the scoring along. Edward moving it goes to Edward, his namesake. Change of pace delivery outside the off stump, and the batsman decided not to play as the ball with the pace off, traveling a lot slow as it goes to the keeper, and there is no run. So 36 for 1 if you are joining us for the first time. 150 for 9 was the effort by the Monrepo Pioneers. Edward moving in, goes to Edward. Edward is looking to pull, looking to hook, looking at the same time, ducking, playing maybe plenty strokes to that one delivery. In the end, it goes to the keeper, and there is no run. So 36 for 1.
Shorten Edward really extracting some good pace and bounce from the wicket here, and it's proving to be too much for Theo Edward on this occasion.
So Chanel will continue to his namesake Theo as he comes in, balls to him outside the off stump, cut away out towards the sweeper, who comes off the deep extra cover boundary and gets the return quickly in on the bounce to Emmanuel. 1 more to the total, 17 to Edward now as the total goes up to 37 for 1. Very quiet period of play as the Laborie Pride try to come to terms with the Monrepo Pioneers bowling, and they have not been able to get to a very aggressive start, and so the pressure is building on them. 5.4 their current rate, required rate 8.7. Edward at the top of his mark will move in now to Abraham, who's about to face his first delivery. As Edward moves in, moves to Abraham off the back foot, looking to cut, but it's too wide. Now signaled by the umpire. Emmanuel not taken cleanly as the left-hander over the wicket, angle across the right-hander, and a big effort to make contact with that by Stephen Abraham. Not successful. 36 for 1 is the total. 38 correction. 38 for 1. This is the 7th over, 1 delivery left to complete it. Edward moves in, bows to Abraham, who will get off the mark as he plays quietly square into the offside, straight to the fielder on the edge of the circle to complete over number 7. So at the end of it, 38 for 117 to Theo Edward, 1 to Abraham, and that is the latest at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground.
Yes, certainly the Monipo Pioneers bowlers still keeping the shackles firmly on the batting of the Laborie Pride, and something will have to give sooner rather than later, Claudius, if the Pride is to challenge this total.
Indeed, we'll have to wait to see what that will be. What we can tell is that there's going to be a bowling change from the northern end as number 26, Jamal Lesmo, is being brought into the attack. And he will do battle against Stephen Abraham. So the Laborie Pride did really push things along, and we've got the likes of Aline Prosper to come, Don and Edward. These are all capable batsmen, so they've got the ability, you would think, on the bench to push things along. The more deliveries that are soaked up at this stage is the more difficult it's going to be. Delivery that is flighted, and Abraham comes forward as the over is started by Jamal Lesmo. So operating from the northern end, Lesmo, the left-hander, moves in off the back foot into the offside. They'll get the single as it goes to backward point, and the return being sent into Emmanuel over the stumps. So one more to the total, 40 for 1. This is over number 8. Edward on 17 comes into strike. Lesmo moves in, goes to Edward. Edward is back, plays it again in the same region, but this time it's picked up by the fielder from backward point. And one is had as the single taking into 18, Theo Edward. Anthony on 2 comes into strike, 41 for 1 over number 8. Delivery that is looking to dab. It's down to the short third man position. The throw comes in awkwardly for Sabinus Emmanuel. He misses the stumps, and the return and the single is completed. So one more. So 3 deliveries, 3 singles, 42 for 1 over number 8. We are at the halfway mark as Lesmo moves in, goes to Edward back, and again plays to third man. This time though, it goes straight to the fielder and they can't take the run. So quiet stuff here by the Laborie Pride as they soak up those tight deliveries. Lesmo moves in, goes to Edward. Edward turns it nicely out through square leg. They've taken one, they want a second, but it's not on. Emmanuel is quickly onto it from mid-wicket, and they complete 1 and also complete the over. So over number 8 in progress and now completed. So 43 for 1, 19 to Theo Edward, and 3 to Abraham.
Certainly a good over there from Lesmo, only 4 coming from it. So the asking rate continues to climb. It's reached 9 per over now. Continues to climb the asking rate at the same after 8 overs. The Monipo Pioneers, they were 68 for 2 after 8 overs. So well in front. The Pioneers were after 8 overs, and now the bowlers continue to have a chokehold on the scoring.
As Edward moves in, goes to his namesake and plays into the offside and bringing the sweeper off the boundary. So one more to the total as we start over number 9, 44 for 1. Theo Edward with the single goes to 20, and Abraham comes into strike. So it's going to be showing to move in, goes to Abraham. Abraham flicks it away out towards long leg, and the high return coming into the keeper. So one more to the total as that single. Abraham goes to 4, and the total 45 for 1. 45 for 1 in the 9th over. Shonil Edward remaining over the wicket and just asking Abraham to just come away on the other side. He continues now, bowls to Edward. Edward is playing that nicely, a delivery that was making a little bit more height and riding it nicely and playing it down to third man for a single as he goes to 20. So 46 for 1 with 21 correction, 46 for 1 as he goes into the 20s, and Abraham will come back into strike. The left-handed Edward moving in, bowls to Abraham. Abraham is playing that airborne but safely into the offside, and it beats it beats the man on the boundary and goes behind him for 4. So it was a delivery that virtually trickled to him, but the spin on the delivery, having it just veer away to his left and not being able to pick it up, an embarrassing situation on the boundary as he concedes 4, the total going up to 50 now as it is an Abraham benefiting. Edward comes in now, bowls to Abraham, driving along the ground but straight to the extra cover fielder who picks up, and there's no run. So quite an embarrassing situation there with the crowd behind him, letting him know they felt of that.
Definitely feeling some pressure
Yes.
from the situation.
Yes, indeed. They guess the perils of being a player in sport. Sometimes it goes, sometimes it doesn't. But just maybe slipping at the time when he was about to pick up the ball going in the other direction, didn't anticipate that. Edward comes in, bowls to Abraham, big drive, but misses outside the off stump as Sabinas Emmanuel takes to complete the 9th over. So 50 for 1, so the 50 coming up for the Laborie Pride. They've lost just the 1 wicket, but they're just not making the type of progress that you would expect. 21 to Theo Edward, 8 to Abraham, and a very slow rate of scoring, just under 6. The required rate now 9.2, Clivers.
Yes, definitely falling behind the 8 ball in terms of the scoring rate. The Laborie Pride, Theo Edward is there trying to fight the battle as he's being supported now by Stephen Abraham, but just not getting that explosion of scoring that they really need at this point in time, just to get them on par with the scoring rate. At the same time, after 9 overs, the Pioneers, they were 79 for 2, so some 29 runs behind in terms of scoring rate.
Start of over number 10, shot outside the off stump and punched away by Theo Edward, but straight to the backward point fielder. And there's no run with Jamal Lesmore continuing. So this is over number 10. He moves in now past the umpire, bowls to Edward. Edward is looking to play down to third man. The appeal going up by Manuel and the bowler, but no response from the umpire. So ball eluding the outside or the top edge as there was Lesmore. In fact, it's still Edward, correction, looking to play down to third man, so no damage done. Dot ball recorded, 50 for 1. over number 10 in progress. Lesmore moving in, bows to Edward. Flighted deliveries forward. Once the single will get it as he plays it into the short forward square position. Emmanuel comes in, Craig, and the 1 is taken. So Abraham now will come into strike. He's on 8. 51 for 1. Rohan Lesmore moving in, bows to Abraham, who's back, making room, hits it into the offside. The sweeper comes off the boundary. They're thinking of the second, but then decide against it as an awkward return comes into Jamal Lesmore. So 1 to the total, 52 for 1. 22 is Theo Edward. 9 to Abraham. Jamal Lesmore continuing, flighted delivery, clipped away out towards square leg. The delivery is on leg stump, and Laborie Pride continuing to do it in singles as the total goes up with this one to 53 for 1, as Abraham goes down, the right-hander into strike. Lesmore moving in, flighted delivery, driven or attempt to drive outside the off stump. Doesn't get hold of it, doesn't make any contact, in fact, as it goes into the gloves of Sabinas Emmanuel. So the over coming to an end, over number 10, and the time for the strategic timeout, an opportunity for us to reflect on what we have seen so far. Clivers 50 for 1 after 10 overs, so scoring exactly at 5 runs per over. But with the requirement of 151, it means for the next 10 overs you have 101, and at 10 runs per over, a big ask for the
very big ask. I think the Laborie Pride have dug themselves into a hole that it will take some doing to get out of. They've kept wicket in hand, but they've really not scored at a rate that will keep them in the game. I think they've slowly played themselves out of the game by the rate of scoring.
Indeed. So 150 for 9, as we told you, the Monrepo Pride effort, and the 150 the target. So an opportunity for, maybe as the strategic timeout happens, for the management of the Laborie Pride to really assess the situation with what is, as we said, a big ask, 101 required of the next 10 overs. And so they would really need to push things along. An opportunity maybe for us to make a change. Let's have more from Clivers, and then Greg is going to come in as we go to the next few overs of the game. Let's hear more from you, Clivers, and then you'll be joined by Greg.
Yes, certainly. The Laborie Pride, they had control of the second half of the innings of the Mont Pioneers, but now the Pioneers are returning the favor in the first half of their innings. In the first 10 overs, really, the bowlers had a chokehold on the scoring, with just a mere 50 odd runs being scored in the first 10 overs. They've only lost 1 wicket, the Laborie Pride, but certainly no explosive rate of scoring. They've not found the boundary with regularity. As I say hello to Greg Wilson, and welcome back to the hot seat, Greg.
Yes, the Laborie Pride certainly would have to pick up the pace of scoring, as you did indicate, just 50 runs of the 10 overs, and at that same stage, Clivers, the Monrepo Pride, they would have scored some 82 runs. So in the case of this inning, you would have to see a reversal of what happened in the Monrepo Pride innings, where in the first half they got 85, and in the second half they were only able to muster some 68 runs. So in this case, the Laborie Pride now would have to get 101 in the last 10.
They would need some big hitting. They would need the likes of Owen Edward to come to the party. Aline Prosper is no slouch with the bat himself, so they will need to dig deep. And even Theo Edward, he's been batting well, but they need him to find a boundary with a lot more regularity. He needs to up his strike rate, He is on 23 from 35 balls. Definitely not acceptable, and is not the strike rate that will get his team closer to the line. As we are about, Greg, to start the second half of the innings, the final 10 overs in this encounter, with the Laborie Pride needing pretty much 100 runs for a victory.
Thank you so much for keeping it tuned in. And of course, we're right here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Grounds, and it is day 2, well, night 2 of the SPLT20. That is the KFC SPLT20. And right about now with me, I have the coach Jonathan, Donaldson.
Yes, Donald.
Thank you very much. So I have Coach Donald right here with me, and he is the coach of the Schwaze Craft Masters. So, okay, since he's sitting, I think I might sit too. So, Donald, how do you feel about the games thus far, and what happened today?
I think the games have been very competitive, and I think teams are really gunning for this tournament and want to show the best cricket out there. And we could see from what is happening today, we see the way the Laborie, the Bay Royals have approached the game this evening, that they have come to the party. It's the first year in the SPL, and they're really putting down their feet there tonight against the Mon Repos team that is quite a powerhouse in the tournament. So I think generally the games have gone very well. I mean, most of the teams are doing what they're supposed to be doing.
All right, wonderful. So how do you feel about this match happening right now? Any predictions?
The game is still in the balance, and we can see Mon Repos. We know Mon Repos has a very good bowling lineup, but it looks like Laborie is holding their own, and they would have a lot of confidence in young Theo Edward, who's batting right now, along with Stephen Abraham, and they're running well between the wickets and doing their thing.
Well, all right. So as far as the highlights, what have been the highlights for you thus far?
Well, for me, since I'm the coach of the Craft Masters team, I think we coming back to winning ways after winning the championship in 2019. We're back to winning ways after we had a hard time last evening against the Mon Repos team. But we are back on track and hoping to go all the way to the final this year.
Wonderful. All right. Well, wishing you and your team the best of luck. And of course, we'll see exactly what happens tonight and who reigns victorious. So thank you so much for speaking with us, Coach Donald of the Schwaze Craft Masters.
Schwazel Cooperative Credit Union, Schwazel Craft Masters.
Schwaze Cooperative Credit Union, Schwaze Craft Masters. Wonderful. All right. We head back to the field.
And the action continues here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in the KFC SPL T20 2023 at the Mon Repos Pioneers. They're really putting a chokehold on the scoring. This time field goes, it is Abraham who goes aerial out towards mid-wicket. Got the elevation, not the distance. This one was cut off inside the boundary. It will go down as a Bank of St. Lucia save, as Craig Emmanuel comes around to stop the scoring. The score moves on by basically 1 to 57. 57, Greg Wilson, as Abraham, he moves on to 11, and Theo Edward, he is on 25. 57 for 1 after 11 overs. They are keeping wickets in hand, the Pride team, but really not getting the boundaries that they need.
Yes, sir. They seriously need a few lusty blows at this point in time.
And Edward is looking for those lusty blows, but can't quite get them, as Lesmore continues, Jamal Lesmore. And just one more that was Stephen Abraham. and Edward is into strike now. Lesmore 2, few Edward, and Edward is just defending this one back down the track. And one would think, Greg Wilson, that few Edward could have just gone with that. It was right there in the slot. Lesmore left arm round the wicket to Edward, and he is wrapping him on the pads. Few Edward giving himself some room, wrapped on the pads, and this was adjudged as being adjacent, and the umpire puts up that dreaded finger. Few Edward goes for 25 from 40 deliveries.
Yes, good timely blow there, struck by Jamal Lesmore. Theo really looking to make room to perhaps cut, and the ball really cut back sharply and struck him right in front of the wicket, and was adjudged LBW by umpire Mafre. So the Laborie Pride certainly losing the wicket of Theo Edwards, who was really soaking up quite a few deliveries. 40 balls faced for just 25 runs, so certainly not what the doctor would have required, especially at this stage of the innings.
The arm ball from Lesmore on this occasion, and the departure of Theo Edward brings Owen Edward to the wicket, and we know Owen Edward, a very good player when he gets going. Is there enough time for him to get going this evening as he strolls to the wicket? He's consulted Stephen Abraham. He takes off his guard, but Jamal Lesmore, we know how wily he can be. Greg Wilson, Jamal Lesmore, he's taken a hat trick. He's done a lot in local cricket as he comes left arm round the wicket to Owen, and Owen is getting a delivery that is making some bounce on him. He looks to pull much squarer than that, and it just trickles to the mid-on region, and the short mid-wicket comes around to do the fielding. One to Owen Edward. He's off the mark immediately. 59 on the board, and Lesmore is going to be bowling to Abraham. Abraham looks for it over the head of a straightish mid-wicket out towards the boundary. It's Gaston who comes off the boundary rope and does the fielding, and they come through for yet another single. It is a lot less than the need at this time, Greg.
Yes, they certainly need to up the ante, because the required rate now is well over 11 runs.
Lesmore into him and stroke through the covers, and he will only find Craig Emmanuel sweeping on the cover boundary, and just another single to him. With every single or dot delivery, the asking rate goes up, and now it is 11, over 11.2 to be exact, and the Monrepo Pioneers really putting the bricks on the Laborie Pride team. They have the wicket in hand, but definitely they cannot get that injection of boundaries that they would really need to bring them a little bit closer.
Yes, Clivers haven't lost just 2 wickets. They certainly need to take a few more chances if they are to overhaul the total scored by the Monrepo Pride of 150. So with just 8 overs remaining in the innings, they certainly need to get going.
And Hazel Chalry will continue. This one is played on the foot, on the bounce to Shonil Edward, and just one run there to Abraham. One more to Abraham. The score moves on to 62 for 2 within the 12 over. Owen Edward is on strike now. It's Abraham, and there is an appeal for stopping. He's beaten, but of course he had not left his ground. I think it's Abraham who is on strike. He is on 13. Edward is on 3. And the score is 62 for 2. We're in the 12 over. Greg Wilson, really, they need that flurry of boundaries if they are to get anywhere closer to that score. He's missing out. This is a wide delivery down the leg side, and the umpire Donovan signals the wide. 63 for 2. The score moves on by 1 to 63 for 2.
Yes, certainly slow going at this point in time by the Laborie Pride.
Definitely, and this one is high into the breeze. The fielder is settling under it, and he takes the catch. He drops it. Oh my goodness, he spills it. It's never easy taking them, especially when they go that high, but he spills this one, and a life is given there to Stephen Abraham.
Yes, a life given there. Fielder coming off the back, the square boundary.
Hazel, a short one to Edward. Edward is hitting into the mid-wicket region, and he gets the 2 runs rather easily. The ricochet comes off the batter, and just the convention of the game, Greg, they should not have, but we've seen different things happen that's against the convention of the game. Aaron Edward gets another 2 to his score, 66 for 2. We're inside the 13th over as Shari comes into Edward in the air, out towards the long off. 1, 2, 3 bounces to the long off fielder, and he comes through for another single. Edward moves on to 6. Abraham, he is on 14, and the score moves on by 1 to 67. 67 for 2. We're in the 13th over, and the asking rate is heading towards 12. Driven into the cover region for 1 is Abraham, and 1 more to him, and he's 15 of 17. 68 for 2 is the score, and is that the end of the over?
Yeah, it looks so.
Looks like the end of the over. 68 for 2, and the Moripo Pioneers having posted 150. They really have the brake, the handbrake, the parking brake, all the brakes are on the scoring of the Laborie Pride team.
I think it's not only the brakes are on. I think what you'll find in those metropolitan countries where you have they put those boots on the tire, I think all 4 tires have the boots as well. So really, they are struggling to get the boundaries, trying perhaps a little too hard looking to muscle the ball and not timing it.
And this one is in the air, should be taken, and it is taken. Definitely now, where the mystery of Stephen Abraham comes to an end. Jamal Lesmore is in the business again. He takes his second wicket. Jamal Lesmore. It looks like it was Rohan Lesmore who took that catch. And another wicket, another one bites the dust. Really and truly, Greg Wilson, unless we get some stroke of magic, one can say that the fat lady is dressed and ready to move.
Yes, certainly the fat lady is somewhere in the Moshi area. But you still have the likes of Don and Edward, Alan Prosper on his day could really play a blind over innings and probably bring them closer to the total, but certainly they have dug themselves a deep hole, and it's really going to take a lot for them to come out of there.
It is definitely a deep hole that they have dug themselves, and it will take a lot of maybe a stroke of magic, minor miracle to get them out of that. Come back from there might be very close to the resurrection of Lazarus, if you ask me. But definitely you've seen stranger things happen in cricket. Lesmore to bowl now to Donnan Edward, and Donnan is driving to the covers, and he comes through for 1. He's off the mark immediately. Donnan Edward, 69 for 3, 13.2 overs been bowled. Really and truly, the brakes are on, the boots are on, and the scoring going nowhere. Alan Edward gets a full delivery, out towards mid-wicket. It goes well over the boundary, and Alan Edward now is injecting that sort of impetus that we're looking for. 1 boundary albeit, but Alan Edward, he would need a few more of those lusty blows to get his team closer.
Yes, low full toss certainly gave it the treatment that it deserved. Dispatched it over the wide mid-wicket boundary for 6, so certainly a few more lusty blows like that would be required.
Lesmore into Edward, and this time he plays it to point and comes through for the single. Owen Edward, he moves on to 13. The score moves on to 76 for 3. We're inside the 14th over, and Jamal Lesmore, that boundary 6, really he's in his fourth and final over. He's taken 2 for 19 so far, and edge found out towards third man. The fielder is giving chase. Willie cut it in. It looks like he is going to win that battle. The fielder does win the battle, and he comes through for that a single, one more to the total. 77 for 3. But of course, Owen Edward, 2 taken. Owen Edward looking to really give it he tries the reverse again. This fielder is being called to action, and he is responding. Not before Edward takes another 2 runs. The over will come to a close, and Owen Edward now just throwing in a little bit of impetus, running between the wickets, putting a bit of pressure on the Monrico Pioneers.
Yes, certainly end up a productive over. Some 12 runs coming off this last over. So from then onwards, Clevers, I think this is sort of rate that would be required, because the asking rate is 11.83. So they've got 12 in the last over, so they would need to continue that sort of a rate or increase it if they are to overhaul that total.
Definitely, they will need.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Owen Edward now putting his foot on the accelerator and hitting another boundary. Owen Edward looking for that cross-batted slog sweep and not making contact on this occasion. Hazel Shalry coming back very, very well. And with that blow from Owen Edward, the asking rate has gone back down below 11th. Again, Hazel Shalry is very tight, and Owen Edward can't score. The score remains on 86. Is it 86? 87. 87 for 3. We're in the 15th over, and the asking rate has jumped past 11 again. Hazel Shalry to Owen Edward. It's in the air out towards the fielder in the deep square leg region. He comes around and they come through for another 2 runs. The score moves now to 89. 89. Edward is on 19, is it? He's moved into the 20s.
21.
21, Owen Edward, and 89 for 3. We're in the 15th over. Hazel Shalry looking to come out of the over. He's a little bit straight now. Owen Edward plays it into the onside. He comes through for 1. The second is on the return, comes in. A good return, but not before they come through for the second run. Craig Emmanuel, a very fit Craig Emmanuel, is being called into action on that boundary very, very frequently now. But Owen Edward, he needs more boundaries, Greg Wilson.
Yes, certainly. And this time
to Craig Emmanuel, and he did not have to move a muscle. This one came right down his throat. Owen Edward, he's chanting his arm one too many times, and Craig Emmanuel was waiting for this one. And a guy of his experience would not drop that any.
Yes, this was a straightforward catch. Made good contact, but I felt that he either had to go for the elevation or keep the ball along the ground, but it struck flat and right into the chest of Craig Emmanuel, and as you did indicate, someone of his experience certainly would not have spilled this one. So the Laborie Pride, they have lost another wicket. Just when Owen Edward was adding some impetus to the inning, he had to perish.
Definitely, and the shot was definitely on, Greg. The delivery, the shot was definitely on, but Aaron Edward he could not get the elevation or the distance.
And more so, he was hitting in the wind.
He was hitting in the breeze as well, so that prevented the ball from getting that flight that he would have loved. And Craig Emmanuel, tall character, well judged catch as well, and just taking it with relative ease. He made it look easy, but I'll tell you something, Greg, it's never easy catching under the lights here.
Yes, certainly. And with that dismissal, looks like Craig Emmanuel is coming into the attack.
Craig Emmanuel into the attack. We've had 15 overs gone. We've had 15 overs gone. And the asking rate now has touched the 12. We need a 60 from the remaining 5 overs. So 60 runs from 30 balls. And still gettable, but with 4 wickets down, you know, it's some pressure. It'll take some getting here. And Craig Emmanuel, with his experience, would have different ideas. Definitely, Morocco Pioneers, they are in the driver's seat in this one.
Yes, certainly. As our good old friend would say, Red Spur, if I had the dollar to bet, I would think I would definitely bet it on the Morocco Pioneers.
And definitely so. And Craig Emmanuel just marshalling his troops, making sure everybody is in the right position. And we've seen the introduction of Canis Richardson. He is replacing Aaron Edward, and Canis Richardson, he has a bit of confidence with him. He had a really good bowling spell, and he is coming in now, Canis Richardson, to replace Aaron Edward. But Craig Emmanuel is going to bring his experience to bear on this one, and definitely will have his say. This one is in the air, out towards mid-wicket. The fielder is coming around, is challenging it. Of course, it's a Bank of St. Lucia save on the boundary, and not before they come through for another 2 runs, and that's 2 more to Donald Edward, and the 2 more to the total. Now it moves on to 93, 58 needed from 4.5 overs.
This last shot from Donald Edward really just going across and just whipping this one into the vacant square leg region, but just did not have enough contact to take it over the boundary rope.
And this time he looks to pull, not making proper contact again, and the short backward square fielder comes around a couple of paces to his right and intercept. Donald Edward comes through for 1 more run, and Canis Richardson comes into strike. Canis Richardson comes into strike. He will need to hit a few lusty blows. He will need to bring in that same energy that he brought into his bowling to make a difference in this encounter. Craig Emmanuel is at the top of his mark. He moves, he's getting ready to move away from us, just waiting for Richardson to get all set, and Emmanuel moves in to Richardson. Richardson is going for a pull it in the air, and it lands safe. There's a chance of a run out as well, and now the run might come. The run does come now. It's been a lot of action near the stump there. Sabinus Emmanuel is on the ground, and he is calling for some assistance.
Yes, it looks like he may have struck the bat in looking to effect the run out, because immediately we saw him removing the gloves and he was wringing the hand. But an opportunity gone begging, a good stiff delivery, the back of a length, really rushed. The ball got big on Canis Richard, looking to hit this one into the onside, but unable to do so. The ball hitting high onto the bat, and as you could see in the process, having to turn back sharply, and he would have been a goal had Sabinus Emmanuel hit the stump.
Yes, he definitely would have been a goner, and a lot was going on in that short space of time. Collision between the batsman and the wicket keeper, and the Sabinus Emmanuel, he's up on his feet now, but he did not get the better of the exchange between himself and Canis Richardson. Canis Richardson is packing some muscle and other things there as well. Sabine Emmanuel, a diminutive guy, but he's very strong as well, very strong lad. As Craig Emmanuel moves in to Jordan Edward is in the air and it's gone. And on this occasion, Keon Gaston is only a spectator. Jordan Edward, he makes a proper contact on this occasion and gets himself 6 runs. But is it too little, too late, Repos?
Certainly, I wouldn't say too little, too late. But certainly a good lusty blow there struck by Donald Edward on this occasion. Craig Emmanuel, just an overpitch delivery right in the slot. And as you did indicate, Keon Gaston was just left a mere spectator. So certainly a few more lusty blows like this could bring them a little closer to the score. But the question is, can they really overhaul the 151 that is required?
And the 100 comes up with that blow from Edward. Craig Emmanuel and mixing them very nicely. Donald Edward unable to read the lack of pace on this delivery, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. The score remains on 101 for 4. Donald Edward, he is on 14, and Canis Richardson, he is on 150 required from 4.2 overs. Still, the asking rate has gone below 12, so it comes out as a good over for the Pride team. This one seems to be going down to the wire. Donald Edward just riding this one down to third man. They come through for one. They're coming for the second one, and it looks like I'm not sure. It looks like he might have made it. The umpire just walks across, so he made his ground. And Donald Edward diving and good running from Donald Edward and Canis Richardson as the over comes to an end. Greg Wilson will take some comments from you, and then it will be Claudius Emmanuel to take us through to the end of this encounter.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, so we're back here with our Monrepo Pioneers massive. Monrepo, like the hottest crowd here tonight, making a lot of noise. We have our cheerleaders here. All right, we have Cassie and Kanisha. All right, and Susie Boo. All right, so the ladies are here representing Monrepo Pioneers. Ladies, how you feel so far about the game tonight?
We feel great. We feel like that's Monrepo's game. That's definitely Monrepo's game. That's all I have to say.
All right, so she's very confident. How you
feel? Very amazing. I feel very amazing. We're very confident. We won last night match, and we're going to win this match tonight.
Oh, so there's so the ladies are leaning on last night's win, to continue that stroke of good luck into tonight. All right, ladies. So we hope that everything comes through. And ladies, how y'all feel about that SPLT20, KFC's SPLT20? Cricket, our very own.
Okay, I believe this is something that gets individuals together to have a good time. Like the saying, the biggest party in sports, which I believe that is. Whenever Monrepo comes out to play, trust me, there is support. We all come out to support them. They know we believe in them, and then we always show our support. Now, I'm always there for my brother, which is the one who always scores the 6s and the 4s, which is Sabine Emmanuel. I'm his biggest supporter. So yeah, and I always believe in my guys, and I believe there's always room for improvement. When they do their wrongs, they always know to correct it.
Wonderful. All right, so Suzibo had a lot to say, but Suzibo with the KFC SPLT20, we show them how to party, and that's exactly what you ladies have been doing so far with all that energy and all that vibe. Wonderful. So the ladies were shy. They make me cry. I cry for a little interview, but it's on now. It's on now. So we head back to the field.
Canis Richardson, Lofton, Chanel Edward all the way down to long on for 6. 110 now. 110 for 4. This is over number 17 as he comes in, balls to Richardson. Richardson with the change of pace, looking to go big again, but will not get the single. Well, will now get it as Edward is not looking to pick up. Umpire saying ball was dead, so umpire cancelling the run. So, but the wide remaining. So 1 to the total, and it will be 111 for 4. This is over number 17. But we have seen a couple of big boundaries in recent times, Greg, but not sufficient sustained boundary hitting, as a delivery that is down the leg side wide call, as Edward is not getting it on target, and the total going up by 1 to 112 for 4. Still 11.18, so boundaries needed, and the Laborie Pride can get themselves close, but they will have to sustain the boundary.
Well, at least a maximum in every over. Minimum, they need a maximum, and more so, they've been getting a few wides that really assisting their cause.
As Edward bowls down the leg side, and wide again called because it's not on target, and umpire Donovan.
Yes, it is. So some free wides in the, so some 9 runs coming up the over already, and just 2 legal deliveries bowled.
And so Edward needs to get it online. These two men, they have demonstrated that they can get the boundary and go over it. Shonil Edward under some pressure here. Moves in now, bowls to Richardson. Richardson is getting a delivery that's wide of off stump, wide call, but this time on the offside. And young Shonil Edward getting maybe a little rattle here, Greg Wilson.
Yes, certainly the call is the right call from our vantage point.
I think if anything, he's angry with himself.
Should be.
So he's having a word with one of his teammates as they come across. Lesmore looking to just settle him down a little, as this over is proving to be quite a challenge for young Jamil Edward. This is over number 17. 38 needed from 3.4 overs. The required rate down to 10.3. Delivery that is lofted out towards mid-on, over the head of the man, and 6 runs. So all of a sudden, the boundaries are being cleared here by the Laborie Pride. Second 6 in the over. Shonil Edward under some pressure. This is an over that has produced some 4 wides, in fact 5 wides and 2 maximums.
17 of them.
17 so far.
With 3 deliveries remaining.
Just the 3 legal deliveries. Edward from the fire and moves in now. Bowls to Richardson. Richardson to this delivery is getting a full toss. Plays it out towards backward point. And will get single. The total goes to 121 for 4. This has been pretty ragged over from Edward. 18 is the tally so far. Greg Wilson, 2 deliveries left, 2 legal deliveries left. He has delivered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 deliveries already.
Well, 9, we took a single in the last one.
9 deliveries. But he's got some 5 wides. As he comes in now, bowls to Edward, and cotton ball chance taken by Shonil Edward. A delivery that was pitched up, and Donan Edward was looking to maybe flick it beyond him for a single. But in the end, he has found Shonil Edward, who took a good sharp diving catch to his right. And in the end, coming up trumps as he's responded to being hit for 2 maximums and considering a number of wides. The Laborie Pride, they lose wicket number 5 as a very disconsolate Donan Edward walks off. He goes cotton ball to Neil Edward for 16, and the young Edward having his missing there. Wicket number 5 for the Monrepo Pioneers.
Yes, just looking at the delivery, looking at the screen there, it was a back of a hand, back of the arm delivery, and certainly a good catch taken in his follow through. Donald Edward really did not have the pace. The intention was good to try to work it into the vacant mid-wicket area, but with the lack of pace on the delivery, it really got a leading edge, and but a good catch nevertheless in the follow through of the bowler Edwards. So certainly that's a timely breakthrough. He was really under the cosh, and he really needed to pull one back for the Monrepo Pioneers.
Yes, indeed. And credit to him for coming back after a difficult over. Continues now to the new batsman delivery that is hit into the offside. They go for the single. The return direct hit comes in, misses at the striker's end. And so a very long over comes to an end. Shonil Edward delivering the 18, and he finishes 4 overs. Has 1 for 41. Some 12 deliveries actually bowled in the over.
19 runs.
19 runs coming. So he went wide, dot 6,
11.
wide 6, wide wicket 1.
11.
So 11 deliveries actually bowled, but a very eventful over. He did 122 for 5. So 29 needed from 18, and all of a sudden Greg Wilson, it's not all that difficult to get those runs.
Because less than 10 on looking at this point.
9.67. So I would say we've got a game on our hands, and it's not going to be a walk in the park for the Monrepo Pioneers. The Laborie Pride, if they can get the boundaries with regularity, they can make this a very exciting finish.
And very interestingly, Claudius, 2 of the last 3 overs they would be hitting with the wind.
Indeed, very good observation. So if they're bowling from the northern end, they would be hitting onto the western side with the wind. And let's see, it's Ali Prosper who was coming, delivery that is driven down the ground. And they take 1, they'll come back for the second. No, they don't. As good sense prevailing here. So 1 to the total. 123. 123 for 5. So Canis Richardson is the man who has really lit up things. His 14 has come from 5 deliveries, and he has put his team in a position where they can now challenge for this requirement. Lesmont bowls a very cheeky delivery that could present a catch. Yes, taken on the edge of the circle. So there was Richardson, or that Prosper, looking to be very cheeky, looking to get inside of his stumps to flick away, but in the end the ball coming perhaps even off the face of the bat, but it went straight up into the air, and the fielder going back on the edge of the circle at backwards square leg, taking the catch. So Richardson's breezy knock comes to an end. He goes caught off the bowling of Keon Gaston for 14, and in the 18th over, the Laborie Pride, they are 6 for 123.
Yes, the very timely dismissal there for Keon Gaston. And the 2 batters who were really looking to take the game away from the Monrepo Pioneers in Edward and Canis Richardson, and they both gone in the space of 2 overs. So certainly Richardson perhaps will be asking himself, Claudius, why would he attempt that shot when he has the power to muscle the ball over the boundary? I think a more pacier bowler, you probably could use that sort of rum shot, but I don't think Keon Gaston has the sort of pace to have attempted that shot. He would have been best served to try to deposit that ball, over the long or wide mid-wicket region.
Gaston moves in, delivery that is a full toss and hit out toward onside. Gaston will quickly pick up as the fielders take one. The new batsman coming in. Not sure if you were able to pick up at number 20. Number 20 is the new batter, but it's Aline Prosper who's in strike now as Gaston moves in to Prosper, who gets a wide delivery, and
it's Tristan Nobal, number 20.
Yes, so Nobal, Tristan Nobal is the new batsman that is coming at as number 8.
By just signal a no ball, free hit.
So no ball being signaled. What was that one? No ball. So free hit with Aline Prosper on strike. 27 needed as Gaston moves it, balls to Prosper. Prosper is driving, airborne on the bounce. It will go to the fielder, widen it off on the edge of the circle. And so they take one. 26 now needed from 15 deliveries. The required rate 10.4. As Nova will come into strike. So 4 deliveries have gone in this over. Gaston moves in, balls to Nova, who's pushing it out towards mid-wicket or straightish mid-on direction. And they'll get one that brings Aline Prosper into strike. And with that single, 25 needed, 14 deliveries. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg, short backward square, backward point, extra cover, third man, long, deep extra cover delivery that's driven along the ground out towards straightish mid-wicket, and the fielder will come off the boundary to keep the scoring to just 1. So the end of the 18th over, and at the end of it, the Laborie Pride, they require 151 for victory. They've lost 6 wickets. They need 23 runs from 12 deliveries.
An excellent last over bowled there by Tion Gaston, resulting in just 6 runs, Claudius, and most importantly, he picked up a wicket of Canis Richardson. So, but it is still a very interesting position with somewhat 11.5 runs per over. So it's still pretty much gettable. So I think this over pretty much can determine perhaps in which direction the game might go.
Yes, let's keep it maybe a bit more simple, Greg. 23 from 12. 23 from 12. Craig Emmanuel is taking the ball. He has been given the ball by Shari, the captain. So 23 from 12. Tristan Nobal is 2 from 2. Aline Prosper, who's going to be in strike, he is 4 from 5. And Craig Emmanuel, we saw him conceding a big 6 against Donan Edward when he last bowled his last over. This over is going to be important as he comes in, balls to Prosper outside the off stump, and the ball goes to be taken on the bounce by Saminus Emmanuel, the wide not called. So a good start by Emmanuel with a pace-off delivery that really outfoxed Aline Prosper. So he has started with a dot ball. So 25 needed, 23 needed from 11. Emmanuel comes in, balls to Prosper. Prosper is hitting that high out towards the onside. The fielder is converging. It's going to fall safely on the edge of the circle at mid-wicket. And they will take just the 1. So 1 to Prosper. He goes to 5. And it's 129. 129 for 6. 22 needed from 10 deliveries.
Yes, certainly. Last delivery there, miss hit by Aline Prosper, but fortunate enough it fell in no man's land. So they certainly would need to find a few maximum in this over.
No balance strike. Emmanuel comes in, balls to him. Delivery that is well wide of off stop and call wide by the umpire. So 21 now from 10 deliveries with the wide. Emmanuel bowling too wide of off stump. So considering the wide, 22 needed from 10. 21 correction. Delivery that is looking to pull there is Nobal not getting hold of it, and the ball falling away into the short leg position, but importantly, no run. So 21 needed now from 9 deliveries. So an important dot ball for Craig Emmanuel and Repos Pioneers. Let's look at the field for you. Long off, long on, third man, deep mid wicket. That's the fielders on the boundary. There's also a sweeper out at deep extra cover. Everybody else within the circle. Emmanuel comes in, balls to Nova, looking to be cute. A delivery that goes overhead of the backward point, out towards the boundary. Will he put it back? No, he does not. Does he? He attempts to do it with the boot, and the ball stopping just inside the rope. So in the end, he is successful in the bit of footwork. Just with our angle here, we couldn't quite pick up whether it had actually got into or making contact with the rope, but he did manage to get it short of the rope. So 2 taken. So 19 required from 8. Craig Emmanuel moving in, balls to Nova. Nova to this delivery is playing a stroke at it. He misses it. Not picked up cleanly by Emmanuel, the wicket keeper, but is able to recover quickly to get the ball back into Craig. Still 19 required, but now from 7. So Emmanuel would want to close off this penultimate over the 19th with as little as possible. Nobal, well, we'll be looking to strike a maximum to just make it interesting at the start of the next over, the final of the innings. Emmanuel moving in, balls to Nobal. Nobal to the delivery, is looking to switch hit. It comes off the top edge and taken by the keeper. So success for the Repos side as Nobal looking to switch hit, the reverse hit coming off the top edge and presenting a comfortable catch to keeper Sabines Emmanuel, who accepts very, very gleefully indeed. So the end of Nobal going caught, Sabines Emmanuel, bowled Craig Emmanuel for 4, and at the end of the 19th over, the Laborie Pride, they have lost the second wicket, 132 for 7, 19 needed from the last over.
Yes, the end of a very good over, very tight over, completed there by Craig Emmanuel, bringing all his experience to bear. Only conceding some 4 runs in the over, but most importantly picking up the wicket of Nobal. So certainly a lot will be dependent on the shoulders of the veteran Alan Prosper in that final over. He will be on strike, and most importantly, Claudius, as I indicated earlier on, he would be hitting with the wind. So he definitely needs to back himself to hit at least 3 maximums in that over.
Indeed, and as so often is the case, the penultimate over proving to be very decisive, because had Craig Emmanuel gone for a lot more than he did, it could have really made a much easier requirement for the final over. But because he bowled a good over, the requirement now for Laborie Pride and Alan Prosper in particular is 19. So as you see, he's got the ability to hit 3 maximums, and so it will be pressure on Gaston to ensure that he can hit the right areas, as number 13 is the batter who has come out. So Daisy has Gaston comes in most to Prosper. Prosper is driving out along the ground, out towards Craig Emmanuel, who comes off the long on boundary, and one taken. So total going now to 133 for 7, 18 required from 5. Greg Wilson.
Well, the equation it is still possible, but it's a question of whether Daisy could get the ball over the boundary. If not, he certainly needs to get a single to get Alan Prosper back on strike.
Yes, so Daisy Santage getting his guard firmly etched in the crease and waiting as Gaston moves in, moves to Santage. Santage is clipping that nicely out towards the boundary. He's going to gun for one. They'll come back for the second as that was played quite nicely away, quite crisply. So 2 taken. Requirement now 16 from 4. So it's still possible. 3 maximums will get you 18. 2 maximums and a couple will get you there. So this is still anybody's game. St. Ange in strike. Guillaume Gaston being entrusted with the responsibility of bringing his team home. 4 deliveries are left. He moves in now. Balls to St. Ange. St. Ange is getting one wide dish outside the off stump. He drives. Wide call. The drive not being successful. But umpire Mathrin is indicating that that was too wide. So with the wide, 15 from 4. It gets a little easier for the Laborie Pride.
Yes, certainly with a little disciplined bowling there by Keon Gaston, perhaps trying a bit too hard. Looking to bowl those wide Yorkers.
Long off, long on, straightish mid-wicket, deep backward square, third man, extra cover on the boundary. Gaston to St. Ange. St. Ange is just playing it quietly out towards the onside. And the deep mid-wicket coming off the boundary. So they'll take 1 to reduce the requirement to 14. 14 from 3.
I think.
And here is Aline Prosper's opportunity to become a hero tonight.
I think Alan Prosper should back himself to face those deliveries and to clear the boundary, Claudius.
He has to. Long off, deep straightish mid-wicket is the area of interest. Gaston moving in, balls to Prosper. Prosper is looking to hit that, misses it. And a dot ball recorded. And a big miss really by Aline Prosper in the circumstances, because 3 were required, in fact 14 required from 3, and he had to have hit a boundary if he was going to keep his side in the hunt. But he's missed out and he's made it more difficult now. 14 required from 2. Gaston moving in, balls to Prosper. Prosper is looking to hide that down the leg side. Wide called. Wide call. So 13 still required. 2 deliveries are left.
2 maximum, we have a super over.
Indeed,
14 required, 12.
Indeed, we can have a super over. As Gaston moves in, balls to Prosper. Prosper is looking to hit that down the ground. It will not be a maximum as it goes to the long off fielder who comes off the boundary and happy to just limit it to 1. So 1 taken, so 12 now needed. And the victory for the Monrepo Pioneers almost assured, with Aline Prosper not able to find the boundary. And so really a matter to just be formalized now with this final delivery. Gaston needing to keep his foot behind the crease at the bowler's end. He comes in, balls to the batsman who flashes at it outside the off stump, doesn't make contact, so a dot ball. And so in the end, defending it nicely is Gaston. So Monrepo, the Pioneers, they get the victory, winning by 11 runs, with the Laborie Pride getting to 139 for 7 at the end of the 20 overs. So good effort by Keon Gaston to complete with some economy the final over. So 139 for 7. Monrepo, their second victory in as many games from last night to tonight. This time victory over the Laborie Pride, 151 the target, and in the end Laborie not able to sustain the required rate of 7.5, falling short by some 11 runs, and so success for the men from the east as they celebrate with a victory by 11 runs. Greg Wilson, your concluding thoughts on the effort by the Monrepo side, first of all in posting 150 and then defending it with a cushion of 11 runs.
Well, in the Monrepo innings, really, it was the tale of two halves, really. They started the first 10 overs. In fact, first the power play. I think this is the most we have seen in the power play so far. Some 60 runs came off the power play, so certainly they had a very good power play, and at the halfway stage, 82 for the loss of 2, but they sort of fell away somewhat in the last 10 where they only got some 68 runs. But they really bowled pretty well to restrict the Laborie Pride to just 57 after 10. But the Laborie Pride, they did pick up the pace in the second 10 overs. They got themselves some 62 runs, but certainly it was not enough for a moment. The likes of Canis Richardson and Owen Edward, there was a glimmer of hope when the two of them were out batting in the middle, but we saw both of them got dismissed in the space of 2 overs, and then the pendulum really started tilting back in the way of Monrepo. But then with the experience of Craig Emmanuel in particular in the penultimate over with just 4 runs coming off, really still the victory for the Monrepo Pioneers.
Indeed, so successful Monrepo Pioneers beating the Laborie Pride by 11 runs. So the summarized scores 150 for 9, the effort by the Monrepo side, with 33 coming from Shonel Edward, 28 from Christian Charlery, 20 Sabinus Emmanuel, and in the bowling department, Canis Richardson picking up 3 for 20, 2 for 29 for Aline Prosper, and Donan Edward also picking up 2 for 22. So requiring to score at 7.5, the Laborie Pride really struggling all the way through, except for that little flurry towards the end, but falling short by some 11 runs. 139 for 7 of the 20 overs. Scores coming from Theo Edward 25, 23 to Aaron Edward, and 14 to Canis Richardson. So success for the Monrepo Pride to register the second victory of the SPLT20 for 2023. So that is where we wrap up things here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Just to give you an indication of what's going to happen tomorrow, we also are going to have a triple header with the following games. We start with Brazilian Knights coming up against South Castries Lions at 12 noon, and then Laborie Pride back in action again versus the Soufre Stampers. That comes off at 4 p.m. And the final game of the night, Nico Eagles also back in action, and they will be coming up against the City Blasters, who's going to have their first game. That comes up at 8 p.m. So until we come back with you tomorrow with the triple header, that's it for us from the commentary area, as we say good night and see you tomorrow where the action continues in the SPLT20, powered by KFC. On behalf of the entire team, Claudius Emmanuel saying good night.
Tomorrow behind it, I mean,
yeah.
So it's 11:20.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
All right, people, it's after midnight, going up to 1 o'clock already, and this is it for day 2 in the Premier Sports Inc. presents the KFC SPLT20, powered by the National Lotteries Authority, and definitely Monrepo Pioneers has showed us how to party the second time around. And joining me right now is Captain Christian Shalry. Captain, number 2, talk to us about that. How you feeling tonight?
Yeah, it's a good feeling, especially seeing as the tournament is quite short. But I think Laborie really came out to play. I think in the latter part of the innings, they pulled the game back really well, and especially the way they were able to keep us our total to, I think, what is a bit low. But I mean, kudos to the guys being able to defend it. I'm really, really proud of my boys for the way they came out today.
All right, wonderful. So how do you feel, number 2 is on, so it looks like Monrepo Pioneers might be the team to beat?
Yeah, for sure. I think, again, seeing as it's a short tournament, I think that should help us qualify a bit sooner, which gives the guys a bit of time to experiment going into the bigger games. I mean, we still have quite a few guys who have yet to take the ball. For example, you have Cody, who's a leg spinner, who hasn't even bowled us yet in the tournament. So there are guys who are raring to go, so we have a bit more talent in the box still.
Wonderful. So highlights for tonight?
Sean Hill, his bowling up front was excellent, and the way he came in the back end and showed maturity when we were basically down on runs, and he was able to take the bull by the horns essentially and bring us to a respectable total. I think that was what really won us the game. And again, his bowling as well, and that crucial catch he took in the depth, that was really well done by him.
Wonderful. So, Captain, we're feeling good about tonight's second win, and of course looking forward to others as the series continues.
For sure, definitely.
Wonderful. So do have a good rest, and of course we continue. So, who are we talking to now? The man of, what is it? All right, okay. So, Shaniel, talk to us. How you feel about tonight?
Well, I'm very thankful with my performance tonight, and it's good to get a win tonight. So I think with those 2 wins, we're through to the semis. And I want to thank the fans for coming out tonight.
Wonderful. So right now, Shaniel, you a butterfly now, eh? You know that, right? You're a butterfly now. You showed us your wings. How you feel about the second win?
Well, I'm very happy. I'm very thankful for it also. I think it's just the beginning of things to come. Hopefully, we could take it all the way this year.
Wonderful. All right. So, Shaniel. And talking about butterfly stage, man of the match. How you feel about that tonight?
Well, like I said just shortly, I'm very thankful. I'm happy. I'm proud of myself. When I went out to bat, I was just thinking. Well, I went out with a clear mind. I knew what was required of me in the situation, and I just went out and executed.
All right. Any highlights? Anything special?
I think that 6 over long off. I think I missed out on a few, but I think that one, my instincts just came into play.
Wonderful. So how you feel overall about the SPLT20 finally? Like your personal view. How do you really feel about it?
I think it's a good tournament to have in St. Lucia, given that we have national tournaments, and it's good to see that there's franchise cricket like the GAME4, the SPL. I think it, the GAME4 is a T10. I think the 2020 tournament, the SPL, I think it's it's just as good as a T10, but I think in years to come it will be bigger and better.
Wonderful. All right. So, man of the match, Sean Hill representing Monrepo Pioneers. And of course, that's only the beginning, right? Of the butterfly stage. So, get your rest. And of course, we continue tomorrow with much more right here. And joining me right now, introduce yourself.
Denley Anthony, captain of Laborie Pride.
Captain of Laborie Pride. Daniel?
Denley.
Denny. Yeah. Wonderful. So, Denny, tell us how you feel about tonight from the beginning up to the final stages.
Well, we didn't have a good start with the ball. The Monrepo Pioneers, they got off to a flying start. But we did very well to pull them back, to restrict them for a score of 150, which we believe was a pass score. In our batting, we could have converted our dot balls into more singles, and that eventually cost us the game. We lost by 11 runs. But rest assured, Laborie Pride will be back tomorrow. We'll be back better and stronger. We will take a lot of positives from this game. We had our spinners bowling well, some of our batsmen getting some form. So all in all, I think it's a learning curve. It's our first time in the SPL, and for us to have played the type of cricket that we played, where at one time we were in a winning position, I think it's commendable, and I'm very proud of the boys.
Most definitely. And the fans who came out to support the Laborie Pride team, they were definitely backing you to the fullest. And of course, they were very, very hopeful and just loving the whole experience. So I really did get some great comments about, Pride's first time coming in. So what do you feel about the KFC SPL 2020 overall, T20 overall?
Well, it's not my first time playing SPL. It's Laborie Pride's first time, but it's not my first time. It's certainly not the first time for a number of these players. So we're quite familiar with the SPL, and it's a tournament that we have taken part in. I think it's a very good tournament. It's rather unfortunate that we cannot get more funds into the grounds, but those who came in, they provided a wonderful atmosphere, and you could have felt the atmosphere on the field. At one time I glanced at the Laborie crowd, and I saw that they were really cheering us on. So to lose tonight, I believe it's a slight disappointment, but like I said earlier, we will be back, and we will be back stronger, and we will be winning our next two games.
All right, so tonight's event will definitely be fueling tomorrow's passion, for sure. So tomorrow, you guys are going to be harder and stronger and definitely bring as much excitement as you did tonight.
Very well.
So, Danny, looking forward to seeing you again, and of course wishing you the best in the series. Laborie Pride busting out on the scene, so we're looking forward to you shining, putting your name on the KFC SPLT20.
Yes, thank you very much.
So, that's it, night number 2. So we continue, well, it's already tomorrow, it's already Sunday. So we continue in the afternoon. We have a 12 o'clock match, we have 4 o'clock, and then 8 o'clock again. So the action continues with the Premier Sports Inc. presents the KFC SPL T20, powered by the National Lotteries Authority. And of course, a mention of our sponsors quickly. We have Bank of St. Lucia, also KFC, the National Lotteries Authority, Nagico, Computer and Business Services, Flow, Scott Sports, and Awards. And of course, the fans, encouraging everyone to come out tomorrow. Come out, people, come up the road, come down the road, come to the Darren Sammy Cricket Grounds and experience the KFC SPLT20 2023 right here in St. Lucia. It's ours. And of course, you know what we do here, right? We show them how to party. Good night.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall.
Goes right through him. Some poor work on the boundary there as moving in balls to shallow. Pulls out towards the wicket and goes right through him. Some poor work on the boundary there. As he moves in once again. Prospect to Shallow. Shallow back looking to pull, does so out towards square leg and into the boundary for 4. Ahead of the man. He moves in once again. Prospect to Shallow. Shallow back looking to pull, does so out towards square leg and into the boundary for 4. Ahead of the man. Prospect. Change it now. Round the wicket. Moving in. Goes to Emmanuel. Emmanuel is lofting that out towards long on. All the way. 6 runs. Maximum back. Change it now. Round the wicket. Moving in. Goes to Emmanuel. Emmanuel is lofting that out towards long on. All the way. 6 runs. Maximum back. Moving once again. This time to Shallow. Shallow is driving airborne out towards extra cover. A long run for the fielder. He might just pull it back. Yes, it does. Moving once again. This time to Shallow. Shallow is driving airborne out towards extra cover. A long run for the fielder. He might just pull it back. Yes, it does.
Team, they understand each other's game pretty well.
Strike now. George moves in, bows to him. Delivery that's lofted out towards the offside. Does it have team?
They understand each other's game pretty well.
Strike now. George moves in, bows to him. Delivery that's lofted out towards the offside. Does it have
good point? Cover, extra cover as the Canis Richardson comes into Emmanuel, who is driving. It's in the air and it's taken forcefully out towards mid wicket. The fielder comes off the boundary and of course he fires this one in. Forcefully out towards mid wicket. The fielder comes off the boundary and of course he fires this one in. Totally made a meal of it, and 2 more to Shallory. Shallory again cutting well, backward point into the boundary. That is exquisite. A letter. He is playing well. Canis comes in and Canis Richardson. You can't see me. A letter. He is playing well. Canis comes in and Canis Richardson, you can't see me.
The right-handed Gaston on strike. Edward moving in, goes to Gaston is back and the bowled it looks like as he was looking to go. Strike is in, but the return was just not good enough. Delivery that brings Emmanuel back and is stumped as he comes forward and beaten outside the off stump. The ball in. Strike is in, but the return was just not good enough. Delivery that brings Emmanuel back and is stumped as he comes forward and beaten outside the off stump. The ball in. Delivery that's outside the off stump. A big appeal. No movement from umpire Master. The 18. Delivery that is hoiked out towards mid wicket. Possibility of a catch. It's taken at the mid wicket. This is the 15th over. Prospect moving in, goes to Shallory. Shallory is struck on the pad. A big appeal.
And they have considered only 21 runs.
And once you give it an explanation, Greg Wilson for you, Edward is Edward, and this one is wide down the leg side. Edward to Shonil. Shonil goes over long on into the Johnson Charleston. 6 runs to Shonil. Over for him. Alin Prosper will continue. And he's bowling. This one is held. It's in the air, up pitch, out towards the boundary, and it will get into the boundary now. 7 at the moment with Shonil Edward on 21. And he is driving in the air out towards the long off. And the catch is... and Theo Edward moves into bowl to Shonil Edward. And he's going for the sweep shot out towards the boundary. The final fielder gives chase. He will pull it in. And driven down the ground is Canis Richardson by Dscg Henry. And they come through for the to Henry, and Henry is driving. This is 150. They go looking for the 151st run, and it is out.
31, 22, Sabina Simavela, 28 to Shaggy. Gaston moving in, goes struck on the pad, big appeal, and is struck on the pad, but seeming to go down leg side from us now. Bowls to Edward. Edward to this delivery is clipping it out towards mid-wicket, in fact square leg. Couple of bounces into the boundary for 4. That from us now. Bowls to Edward. Edward to this delivery is clipping it out towards mid-wicket, in fact square leg. Couple of bounces into the boundary for 4. That long on, in fact. Catch taken. So the end of Anthony. The first wicket for the Repos side, as a delivery that was into the offside, and it beats it beats the man on the boundary and goes behind him for 4.
Pioneers, they really putting a chokehold on the scoring. This time Theo goes, it is Abraham who goes aerial out towards mid-wicket. Got that Theo Edward could have just gone with that. It was right there in the slot. Lesmore left arm round the wicket to Edward, and he is wrapping him on the pad. This one is high into the breeze. The fielder is settling on it, and he takes the card. He drops it. Definitely, and this one is high into the breeze. The fielder is settling on it, and he takes the card. He drops it.
Also the ball and not timing it.
And this one is in the air. It should be taken, and it is taken. And definitely now where they scoring going nowhere. Alan Edward gets a full delivery. All towards mid-wicket. It goes well over the boundary, and Alan Edward now the final over. He's taken 2 for 19 so far, and edge found out towards third man. The fielder is giving chase. Really cut it in. It looks like he. But Alan Edward, he needs more boundaries.
Yes, certainly. And this
time to Craig Emmanuel, and he moves in to Richardson. Richardson is going for a pull it in the air, and it lands safe. There's a chance of a run out as well, and now the run might come. The run does come. Moves in to Richardson. Richardson is going for a pull it in the air, and it lands safe. There's a chance of a run out as well, and now the run might come. The run does come. Moves in to Richardson. Richardson is going for a pull it in the air, and it lands safe. There's a chance of a run out as well, and now the run might come. The run does come. Strong, as we are very strong lads. As Craig Emmanuel moves in to Jordan Edward is in the air, and it's gone. And on this occasion, strong, as we are very strong lads. As Craig Emmanuel moves in to Jordan Edward is in the air, and it's gone. And on this occasion, as we are very strong lad, as Craig Emmanuel moves in to Jordan Edward is in the air, and it's gone. And on this
down to 10.3 delivery that is lofted out towards mid-on, over the head of the man, and 6 runs. As he comes in now, goes to Edward, and cotton ball chance taken by Shonil Edward.
US Polo Association is having a massive sale at both locations at the Castries and Baywalk Mall. 30 to 70% off. That's right, 30 to 70% off. Men's, ladies, and kids apparel. Now is your chance to get your favorite outfits at fantastic savings. 30 to 70% off. And it's all happening at both locations, Castries and the Baywalk Mall. US Polo Association would like to thank our loyal customers for the years of support. Don't forget, 30 to 70% off. Sale starts Wednesday, October 11th.
Since 1963, our mandate has been to serve people. You know, farming people, fishing people, teaching people, police people, Choiseul people, Soufrière and all their people, no matter where they are. And our people are here, ready to serve with a smile, professionalism and flexibility. If all that makes you think we're your kind of people, then we're ready to help you. Choiseul Cooperative Credit Union. We make lives better. Join us today. Telephone 459-3100 or 459-3119.